got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't breathe. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Jury selection set to begin in the trial against Hannah Guiterrez-Reed. She was the armorer during the deadly shooting on the Rust film set.
Plus, actor Alec Baldwin had his own hearing today. Anchor Brown Albizu was here to show us what happened.
Yeah, Doug Shelley, the virtual meeting really just went over the details of Baldwin's own trial, which could be set sometime this summer. But when it comes to Hannah Guiterrez-Reed, that trial is starting tomorrow, and everyone will be watching. From October 2021
Santa Fe Fire and EMS on solicitation of emergency
to now, it's been a journey after the Rust film set shooting.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun! This woman, Hannah Guiterrez-Reed, at the center of it all. She's the armorer who handed a loaded Colt 45 to the assistant director, which ended in the hands of actor Alec Baldwin. It ultimately killed the film cinematographer, Helena Hutchins.
We believe since day one has been, how did those live rounds get onto set?
Okay, hello. Welcome to the first day of the first trial. There are possibly going to be two trials. I've covered 99, can you believe it, 99 episodes in my playlist. This would actually be the 100th episode. The trial kind of did start for a couple of seconds, and they seem to be dealing with some kind of issue. While they're dealing with that, I'm going to be taking you through one of the episodes from the playlist, and that's this one. Armorer's version of events revealed. Baldwin hops back onto Twitter. There you can see 99 videos, and we're going to just see what the armorer said about 2 years ago.
about it at first, and I almost didn't take the job because I wasn't sure if I was ready, but doing it, like, it went really smoothly.
Hello and welcome to True Crime Rocket Science, the most authentic voice in true crime. Almost 2 months after kicking the legal can down the dusty road, who is the villain of this story? I want you to consider this question as we deal with the 24-year-old armorer. So in this episode, we're going to deal extensively in detail with 24-year-old Hannah Guiterrez-Reed. And we're going to get all of this information. It's rooted in fact, it's rooted in the latest affidavit, right? Have you noticed how affidavits read like narratives? People are introduced, plots play out, certain details are highlighted. In effect, an affidavit is a pitch to a judge, anchored in real-life events, featuring real-life people. And so, based on this real-life story, a judge decides whether to authorize law enforcement to take a particular kind of intervention or action. In the latest affidavit, we get a glimpse at Baldwin's story from a police perspective, as well as Hannah Guiterrez-Reed's involvement in the story. Curiously, the story we seem to know least about is perhaps the most important. There are whispers that the assistant director may be responsible in some way, and yet we know very little about Dave Hall's movements and positions so far. Will that change? Time will tell. So a question that we have at this point is, will Dave Hall testify in Hannah's trial? Will he be a prosecution witness? Will he be a defense witness? Will Sarah Zachary testify? And so what I think might make this trial pretty entertaining, it's not really what we should look for, but because it's a incident that happened on a movie set, and by the way, I actually visited Bonanza Creek in November last year. I drove there specifically to go there. Obviously, I couldn't get onto the set, but I got to the gate. I drove around a little bit to Santa Fe with a TCRS fan and took a couple of photos, but I kind of got a little bit of a feel for the fabric there. And so there may be movie set folk testifying, and then there may also be actors testifying. I guess we will see what happens. I think what also makes this case very interesting is whatever happens in this case is going to have implications for Alec Baldwin's trial. And in a similar way to the Doulos trial with Michelle Draconis, whatever happens there is going to have implications with Kent Mawhinney. So we kind of in this weird legal twilight zone where there are cases within cases, or cases that are staggering in terms of other cases as well. Anyway, good to see all of you guys here. Shaker, Maker, Sharon, Zoe, Maria, Sierra. Good to see all of you. Before we get started on today's episode, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. You can click on ABC, the Deadly Take, and I'm going to give you the TCRS take on those three questions, the True Crime Rocket Science position on those three critical positions. That live stream will either be around about 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time Saturday or 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time Sunday. Now, one of the things that I don't generally cover on this case, I wouldn't say I never cover it, but I don't generally cover cases that involve drug use, just because it to me is kind of mindless. Some people might say, well, there's a lot of interesting things going on. And, I did make an exception in the Summer Wells case. I think the Audrey Cunningham case is also a drug, it's within a drug fabric. And I think that's also true. I guess that's going to be determined. I guess that's the question. To what extent was a woman's life lost in this particular case because a younger woman was messing around? Was she messing around? Was it somebody else's fault? Were drugs a factor in this case? What do you guys think? So in terms of Hannah's story from the affidavit, we get the following. Affiant interviewed multiple people in reference to the incident to include the armorer, that's Hannah Guiterrez-Reed, the gun handler, Alec Baldwin, and the assistant director, David Halls. The set of Rust began filming on October 6th, 2021. Now, I think a name missing from there is Sarah Zachary, Hannah's co-worker, although she is mentioned in the next paragraph. So let's go to that. During Hannah's interview, she said the morning of the incident, the 21st of October 2021, she got to work and got the guns out. Hannah advised that her co-worker, Sarah Zachary, helped her out with the morning tasks. Hannah advised after they retrieved the guns, they took them to set. Hannah said while on set, she dummied the guns up with the dummy rounds. Hannah stated they got on set around 7:30 a.m., but didn't dummy the gun up until a short time before lunch. And so this is the situation once again, that lunch is playing kind of a role in this whole story. And I think a question one could ask is, was this lunch break something that could have interrupted attention spans, interrupted continuity, interrupted something that was systematic, such as checking 6 rounds? And I think another aspect that is relevant is this other person, the co-worker, Sarah Zachary. If you've got 2 people working on these guns, how do you know who is doing what? So, for example, if you've got one person doing something, they will know, well, if I haven't checked that, it's not been checked. But if you've got 2 people, there may be an assumption that someone else did what needed to be done. Does that? So this analysis actually came fairly early in the whole investigation. And I don't know if you guys followed it all along. I covered it all along until people just seem to have lost interest. I got a lot of comments with people saying, why are you covering this? It's not murder. It's like there's no legal thing here. It's an accident. And although I do tend to cover serious crimes on this channel, it tends to be murder cases. I also like to cover cases where there's a certain degree of subtlety or neglect is a factor, or whether there's widespread popular misconceptions. And that certainly was the case here. But anyway, the question I want to put to you guys, those of you who may have followed it in the media, is when do you think the substance narrative raised its ugly head? When did the story kind of emerge that maybe drugs were a factor? Did it come out right in the beginning? Was it there all along? Or did that issue seem to fizzle to the surface very late in that story? And as far as I'm aware, it was Sarah Zachary that provided some of the information about that. Yeah. So it's one thing if you said, hi, like during the very first interview, yeah, I did actually, I did drink a bit of alcohol, blah, blah, blah. And that's sort of part of the narrative all along. It's a little bit different if there's been an attempt to hide information. And, I've got a feeling there's this big mystery. How did live rounds get on set? I've got a feeling there's somebody who knows the answer to that like that. It's not for some people in this story, the mystery of how did a live round get on set isn't such a big mystery. Another thing that I'd be curious about is Hannah Guiterrez-Reed getting legal assistance from Alec Baldwin? Is he directly or indirectly paying for her defense? What do you guys think? That makes sense. Hi, Terry. The other part that, as I say, is quite important is there might be this sense of wanting to go to lunch, being aware of lunch, and in that sort of anticipation of going to lunch, your mind isn't completely on what you need to be doing. So in other words, the lunch literally interrupts this process. And when you come back, did you remember where you left off? Does that make sense? I also think it's quite interesting that Dave Halls is referred to by name in the affidavit, and that's all. You may or may not be aware that Halls has had to be recently compelled to make a statement. So the person who would really know the most about what went on is probably the assistant director, the person who handed the gun to Baldwin and said cold gun, right? Now, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was also a little bit of a muddiness about the narrative. The narrative at one point was that Hannah the armorer gave Alec Baldwin the gun, right? And that is actually what was supposed to have happened. And ultimately, that isn't what happened. I think what happened was Dave Halls took the gun and gave it to Alec Baldwin. So you didn't have that sort of direct handoff. But it's quite interesting how that story first was told in a certain way and then in another way. Do you remember when Alec Baldwin made that statement on ABC? That part was sort of also kind of glossed over. I'll see if I can find the audio for that. But, I think he was asked a question on that, and in the way he answered implied that was what happened. But then it turned out that wasn't what happened. And so he's almost not mentioned at all here. And instead of Halls, we're getting the statement from Hannah. I do think what we're dealing with here is a battle between fact and fiction. Think about the incident itself. You have this fake cowboy scenario that actually leads to a real shooting. You have this scenario of all of these people collaborating to fake a cowboy being a badass in a church with Alec Baldwin at the center of that fakery, of that pageantry, of that melodrama, right? And part of that fakery is using fake bullets, right? And then what happens? Reality intrudes, and someone is actually shot in reality. And so something that has been set up as entertainment becomes reality in all of its horror, in all of its tragedy. And the person capturing the fakery is actually the victim, the person on the receiving end of this round. And then the cowboy says he was only doing what he was told to do by her. He didn't pull the trigger. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't have any intention. He didn't even know what had happened to her, right? Now, two things I want to mention here is that was Alec Baldwin's story early on, was that I'm not responsible. She told me what to do. She directed me. I was just the actor. Like Alec Baldwin's basically saying, I'm kind of a, I'm an actor. I'm not a really big deal. I'm not a force to be reckoned with. I'm just a little actor. And so on a movie set, I'm just one of the little actors that run around and it's like a movie set. And if you don't know the real dynamics, you would assume, well, I guess that could be true, even though we know that Alec Baldwin isn't the kind of guy who anybody tells what to do. He's quite a forceful personality, quite an assertive personality. And then again, much, much later on, footage emerged where he's in an action scene and he's kind of, although he's the object of what's on camera, he's kind of directing everyone else around him, saying, "You stand over there. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Let's do this again." Blah 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 blah. In other words, he's kind of directing himself, even though there is a director and even though there's a cinematographer. And bear in mind, he is a veteran actor, but that's a totally different feeling to what he said early on, where you kind of got a sense that he is extremely passive, and it's almost like, what would you like me to do? Oh, you would like, oh, must I do that? Must I do that? Right? And so and that's something else that came out much, much later on, was the sense, which I think we could all have guessed at, is that when Alec Baldwin was on set and when he was being filmed, who was calling the shots? Who was directing who? The other thing that I wish I could show you a clip of it. I wish I had it at hand. But there's a point where Hannah Guiterrez-Reed is sitting in the cruiser. Let's see if I've got a shot of that. She's sitting in the cruiser, and the officer is asking for details from her. And at one point, her head goes back, and she kind of goes, "Hannah," and she's not even looking at the officer. It's like she's daydreaming. She goes, "Hannah," but I can't replicate it. But you do kind of get a sense that she's how can I put it? She seems a little nonchalant, although she's saying things like, "My life is ruined." She seems a little nonchalant. She's not really looking at the officer when he's talking to her. She seems a little distracted and nonchalant. And the thought hits you: could she be sober? Is she sober? Just the way that she answers, almost in a lyrical way. What's your name? Hannah. I don't know. Just the way she says it kind of makes you think, well, maybe you should be taking this a little bit more seriously. And of course, we need to get to know a little bit better. It remains to be seen whether she'll testify, whether that's just the kind of person she is. Do you think she will testify? The other thing that I think is hard to avoid, and we don't like to do that, certainly on this channel, you don't want to judge a book by its cover. You don't want to judge someone by appearances, but it's quite hard to believe that this individual with yellow hair, and she's 24 years old, had the very important job where there's so much responsibility, where people's lives are literally hanging in the balance, where she was responsible for the safety of these weapons. This person was primarily responsible for the safety. And I think another aspect that comes into it is whose idea was it to hire someone so young with very little experience, not in any ordinary movie, but a movie with a particularly high level of firearms use. You know, in a cowboy movie, firearms are like part of the furniture. You know, in any other movie, firearms can kind of come and go, but particularly a cowboy movie, firearms are a big part of it. So why would you have a armorer who is not a lot more experienced? And I think the answer is they couldn't get any. All the armorers had been snapped up. There was this sort of bonanza of movies being made during the pandemic, kind of cheap movies being made because there was a sudden demand. And so a lot of armorers had been snapped up. And in addition to that, some of the armorers that were available were fairly expensive. So Hannah was a good deal, certainly from the producer's perspective. Think about in a real cowboy movie, when somebody shoots someone else, do they know what they've done? Are they determined? Is it deliberate? In cowboy movies, you usually have one-on-one duels. Well, you have that happening here, except it's one version of events dueling with another, but only one is true. Now let's go back to that affidavit, back to the narrative. Hannah advised when they all returned from lunch, Sarah pulled the gun out of the safe, the gun utilized by Alec, and handed it to her. Affiant asked Hannah if she loaded the gun after lunch, to which she stated it was already loaded before they went to lunch. Hannah advised, we had the gun the whole time before that and nothing happened, and I wasn't in there, and they weren't even supposed to be putting the hammer back. And so what she's saying there is that she wasn't inside the church. Now, if you think about it in a hypothetical way, if Hannah was aware that they weren't even supposed to be putting the hammer back, would she really have checked all the rounds? And what I mean is, think about it in an alternate universe sort of way. The one thing is, okay, I'm going to check, and she did everything the way she was supposed to. But the other thing is, I'm in a bit of a rush. Maybe I need to do this, but the script doesn't even call for him to fire it, so it's not really even necessary. Could that have been where an oversight occurred, where Hannah assumes the firearm's not going to be fired, and what actually happens is either the firearm gains a sort of a magic, some kind of magic flows in from the dust and sort of gives life to this firearm that's never been seen before, a firearm that fires itself, or Alec Baldwin being a little mischievous, being playful, whatever. Maybe he takes his own initiative and does something, and that's when this happens. And is that really the psychological mechanism of how this worked? But it is quite interesting that she says they weren't even supposed to be putting the hammer back. That's absolutely true. But you kind of get the feeling she thought that, she knew that. And so why would you need to check for live rounds even if they weren't even going to be fired, right? That may have been part of the thinking here. And no one was supposed to pull the hammer back. That's quite a good point. She goes on to say that Hannah was asked to clarify where the guns were located before lunch, to which she responded they were inside with a camera crew, and she was hardly allowed inside due to COVID precautions. Now, I think this is a very interesting thing that comes up here, the COVID precautions. I've said already that you see people in the last photo inside the church wearing masks. You see other scenarios during the shooting, during the production, of crew members wearing masks. You see the whole complaint about safety also extending to COVID precautions. And here you have it right at the center of this case, in the sense of Hannah saying she didn't really have the opportunity to spend much time with the guns because she wasn't allowed really inside. And I think what she's talking about here is she. So another thing to mention is this all took place during the pandemic. If you remember the body cam, you saw quite a few people wearing facial masks. To me, it didn't quite make sense to say, well, the reason I couldn't stand inside the church, the reason I couldn't hand Alex the firearm directly was because there could only be a certain number of people in the church. Because the counter argument to that is, when you are filming something, where you have someone drawing a firearm, I really don't think you can have like the inside of that building just wall to wall with people. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Part of what is movie protocol when it comes to firearms is you may not actually ever point a firearm at somebody. So if you have someone drawing a firearm and there's just a whole crowd of crew, that's going to be quite hard to do, right? And I'm not even talking about firing it or anything. One of the rules of movie sets is you'd never point a firearm at somebody. So, as far as I'm concerned, I don't really know whether COVID really did play a role. There were a hell of a lot of people in that small space as it was. How many was it? 9, 10, 11? I don't know. There were a lot of people in there. And the impression I got was that Hannah wasn't in there. You could say that she wasn't in there because of COVID, but I think she also said that she was getting ready for the next set of firearms to be handed over. You kind of got the feeling that she was being chased. She felt like she needed to rush to get ready for the next scene. She couldn't be inside the church due to COVID precautions. There could only be a limited amount of people. Does that make sense? And I must say, I don't really know whether, if she had been inside, that would have made any difference to what ultimately happened. So I don't know if you saw that on screen. Like they saying here, I wasn't in the church because of COVID, but Lane Looper, when he wrote the email, he actually said, this is the movie with the most lax COVID policies I've personally ever seen. So you would almost imagine if Hannah wanted to be in the church, probably she could have. I don't think the issue was COVID, though. I think COVID is being made a scapegoat. That would have made any difference to what ultimately happened. In any event, Hannah advised that she handed the gun to Alec a couple of times in the morning inside the set. Hannah said at one point Dave Halls had the gun when he was sitting in for the shot. She advised she handed the gun off to Dave while he was sitting in, and this handoff occurred after lunch. So essentially you've got 4 people handling this particular weapon. It's Sarah who takes the gun out of the safe, then Hannah, then Dave Halls, and then also Alec Baldwin. And between that, you have Hannah and Alec Baldwin handling the weapon as well. But you have those 4 individuals handling it. I must say, I do find it quite incredible that between 4 individuals, there's not one that absolutely confirms that the gun is safe, meaning shaking each one of the bullets, because it sort of makes like a clicking sound because there's something inside it. And so if you shake each bullet, you're going to get that sound. And that is going to tell you that the rounds are dummy rounds, that all 6 rounds are dummy rounds. Now, I do still want to take you through the mechanism of the Colt 45. For those of you who may not be aware of it, I'm still going to take you through that. But going back to the affidavit, affiant asked Hannah when the last time was that she loaded the gun was. And she advised she loaded the gun with 5 dummy rounds before lunch. This is quite critical. The gun holds 6 rounds and she loaded 5. And so what this already shows is that lunch did interrupt this whole process of loading the rounds, something that should have happened continuously and systematically, that you check 1 round, load it. That's the first one. Check the second round, load it. That's the right second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and that's all of it. And then you've checked 6 out of the 6 rounds. In her case, she checked 5 dummy rounds and then went off to lunch. And so when you come back, are you going to know that you've checked that 6th one or not, or you're just going to insert it? Oh, there's the 6th round, just insert it. Can you see how that could be a innocent way of making an error? Not saying an excusable way, but a way that kind of makes sense given the interruption for lunch. Hannah stated there was 1 round that wouldn't go in, and so after lunch, she took the cleaner, cleaned it out, and put another round in. And what that means is she cleaned the area. I'm not quite sure what it's called, but it's the chamber, I guess, inside the barrel, and then placed a different round into the one that she meant to put in, and that brought it to 6 rounds. The question is, did she check that 6th round? And also, if she did, how did she check it? Hannah described the gun. Okay, so it looks like the trial is back in session.
Okay, so you want me to sit over here? That back chair? Or do you want me to sit next to the jurors?
I want you to sit next to the jurors over here.
Over here, right? Okay.
She looks a little different, doesn't she?
I want you to get the red chair. No, yeah, well, you could watch.
So, we were talking in the Doulos case about Michelle Troconis' appearance. Well, look how Hannah's appearance has changed. She's wearing a suit. I mean, look how different Hannah looks here to here. And there. And there.
Okay, just a minute, George. Don't leave. All right, we're on the record. The jurors are here. All jurors are here. Okay. And Court TV asked me to put on the record what they cannot show. And it's the first video?
Correct.
Okay. Where's Court TV? Anybody, a representative that I can focus on? All right. So do you have any do you have any questions? Okay.
Here comes Grace. That's Grace.
Oh, Hannah, right?
This is Grace from Grace.
Oh, Grace. Okay, Grace, remember we talked?
Yes.
Okay, so this is one of those videos that we don't want to show. So it's going to be her first witness, and it'll be the first exhibit.
First exhibit, first witness. That's why we have multiple cameras, so we'll show anything but that video.
And not the jurors.
Not the jurors.
Okay,
Well,
all right. Okay, so we're going to call in the jurors.
I must say the court is pretty empty. I sort of feel like heading over there. Definitely feel like heading over there. This is being heard in Santa Fe, nice little town. New Mexico is directly south of Colorado. I feel like I know that quite well. So I think what they're going to play is the body cam. And it probably is too sensitive to show because you will be seeing Helena Hutchins in mortal distress. So I think that's what they're going to kick off with, and it certainly is a to start this trial off with the most shocking thing, which is the thing itself, which is the police coming in on the scene. Here is a woman bleeding, another man also bleeding, and then what happened? What is the and so it's kind of like let action speak louder than words. This is what it looks like. This is what law enforcement saw. Alf, are you in Albuquerque or where do you stay?
All rise.
Earth, no, her family, her father is quite well known. I get the feeling she's not particularly well
All
off.
right, you may be seated. All right, the matter I'm calling is State of New Mexico versus Hannah Guiterrez, D101CR, 2023-40. Party state their name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Lewis and Karen Morrissey on behalf of the state of New Mexico.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Bowles, Carmela Cisneros, and Todd Bullion are here for Hannah Guiterrez-Reed, who is present.
All right, thank you very much. All right, jurors, so I, first of all, thank you for your patience. As they say, accidents happen, so thank you. All right, so I'm going to give you an explanation of trial procedure. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, and I
must say I find that a bit of an unfortunate turn of phrase from the judge. I mean, a lot of this trial is about, was this an accident? And so I don't know. I just don't really like the way that the first words to the jury are accidents happen. I'm a little annoyed with that.
already swore you in yesterday, okay? So, where'd George go? Just gonna tell you you've met my bailiff. There he is. Okay, yeah, do we need, yeah, we'll wait. Hello. You ready? Okay. Okay, so I called a case. So this is a criminal case commenced by the state charging the defendant with a third amended criminal information. I will read this to you to remind you of what the charges are. It sounds formal. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter in that on or about October 21, 2021 in Santa Fe County, New Mexico at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. The above named defendant did cause the death of Helena Hutchins, committed in the commission of an unlawful act, to wit, negligent use of a deadly weapon. In the alternative, count 1, involuntary manslaughter in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. The above named defendant did cause the death of Helena Hutchins, committed in the commission of a lawful act which might produce death in an unlawful manner or without due caution or circumspection. Count 2, tampering with evidence. In that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, the above named defendant did transfer narcotics to another person with the intent to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of herself and the, thank you. All right. So remember that Ms. Hannah Gutierrez is presumed innocent. The burden is on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I have some instructions to give you. These are instructions that you'll follow throughout the trial. First of all, one of the most important is all of you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you've read all of the evidence, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of all instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding the case. Again, the trial is expected to last possibly through May 8th. And
Wow.
we're here every day except the weekends, 8:30 to 5. Okay?
May 8th. Wow.
We'll take a morning break. We'll take a lunch break. We'll take an afternoon break. Let's see. Please report to where you've reported today at 8:30 so we can start. If you know you might be late for some reason, please leave early. Do not come into the courtroom unless you are accompanied by George, my bailiff. You may take water into the courtroom with you, but no hot liquid or coffee. We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into court, go ahead, be seated, and after all of you are seated, we will be seated. It is so important to hear. Do not miss one word. Raise your hand, don't wait. Don't be shy, okay? This is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who is going in and out, but after a while, I think you'll get used to it. However, if there is anything distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in the case, please tell George and he'll let me know. Really can't do anything about the temperature, so as I said, layers. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. George will hand you each a notepad and a pen or pencil. Please put your name on the front of the page, on the front of the pad, and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, leave them on your chair or follow what George says, leave or take back to the jury room. He'll collect them at the end of the day, and in the morning he'll return them. Please don't worry about your notes being read by anyone. They're locked up at night, and then at the end of the trial, they're shredded immediately, okay? Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please don't forget to pay close attention to the witnesses during their testimony because it will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for any of you that have not been through a criminal trial. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. This is called opening statements. These statements made by the lawyers during the course of trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial.
And of course, we never got opening statements in the Michelle Troconis case, which is very strange, very unusual. But at least we probably will get closing statements.
Statements of the lawyers, however, are not themselves evidence. The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will then give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, that's called closing argument, and then you will retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of the lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence that I have told you to disregard. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in light of all of the evidence in the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witness. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your note paper and give it to George before the witness leaves the stand. I will decide whether or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration, do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. You must again decide the case solely upon the evidence received in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to this case. You cannot Google anything about this case, do any research about the subject matter of the case. And that would include anything regarding this, pre or current. If an exhibit is, this is very important, until you retire to deliberate the case. And that means after closing argument when you've received all the evidence. You must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, even with each other. So as I said yesterday, I'm sorry to harp, but this is so important. What I said yesterday was you cannot, while you're in that jury deliberation room, that is not a time for you to discuss the case while you're sitting around. No, it's, as I said, after all of the evidence, that'll be down the line, March 8th, and we send you off to deliberate. That's when you can discuss the case, when you're in deliberations, okay? Let's see. If an exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear the jurors' badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that fact to George immediately. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators or elsewhere, there is nothing wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of the courtroom or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they are not being rude. They are just carefully observing this rule, and they definitely wanted me to tell you that so that.
So we saw something like that being violated in the Doulos case, where someone said words. Can you remember what exactly was said? And a juror was kicked off. Can you guys remember what exactly was said that got the juror kicked off? Looks like we're having a bit of a sidebar. What I find quite interesting is the it's really the wrong word, but the the extreme difference between how strict it is inside of a courtroom and the wild west of true crime online. And that's also why I sort of feel creators should exercise a little bit of leadership and say, that's not really kosher. Of course, having this sort of high school party when a court case is underway is part of, I guess, the attraction, part of what makes some of these trials so popular. It's actually, as far as I'm concerned, it's very it's out of the spirit of the law. It's not something that you'd really want to see, but there it is. Yeah, so thanks a lot, Valerie. Thanks for answering the question. Apparently, someone said to the attorneys, "We love you," to the prosecutors, and well, that obviously showed where their loyalties lay, right? But in a way, it's a good thing that that happened, because that then got them dismissed out of the jury early on. Yeah, we're allowed to discuss it, but I think one's got to discuss it in a mature way as well. Let's put the sound back on,
Going to
right?
be two things that sound like a broken record. And one is, every time we take a break or whatever, do not talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Very important. The other thing is, because we are doing court TV, I don't know if you all know that, but, and by the way, they're not filming you. They're not allowed to film you. So don't worry about that. And then because you're wearing your juror badges, they will know to leave you alone in and around the courthouse and lunch and everything, whatever. Okay. Now, I will be saying a lot that the witnesses may not be watching the live stream court TV. That's important to so that they're not hearing the evidence. That's what they just asked me to do. So that will come whenever I think of it, because as they pointed out, a witness may get on the live stream and have missed my direction, although they should know it anyway. Okay. All right. So I did say we'll start the evidence, but that's actually wrong. We're going to start with opening statement, which is not evidence. Okay. Thank you.
So this should be quite interesting. One thing that I think was missing from what you said is that they shouldn't be looking at social media, right? Don't look at trending hashtags. Don't look at social media. How good would you be at not looking at your phone, at avoiding Twitter, at not clicking on the sort of thing? If you're a true crime person and you're on the jury, would you be able to do that easily? Would it come naturally, or would it be a bit of a struggle? Let's listen to the opening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Honor, counselors. My name is Jason Lewis, and I know that we were introduced briefly yesterday during the jury selection process. I wanted to introduce myself again. My co-counsel is Carrie Morrissey, who most of you spoke to, at least in some to some degree yesterday. Also at counsel table is Shad Bowe. He is our IT specialist, and Corporal Alexander Hancock. She is what's called our case agent, and she is a witness who you will be hearing from later, maybe later today, if not certainly by tomorrow. As the judge mentioned earlier, it is Ms. Morrissey's and mine responsibility to prove to your all's satisfaction that Ms. Guiterrez committed the 2 crimes with which she's been charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The 2 crimes she's been charged with are involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. This morning, I hope to give you a roadmap of what we intend to introduce throughout the trial. And although the statements that I'm making this morning aren't evidence and you can't consider what I'm saying for purposes of your deliberations, I hope to give you a preview of what the evidence is about, what witnesses you're going to be hearing from, and again, kind of highlight some of the key pieces of evidence that we think we're going to be showing you throughout the trial. But most importantly, what we want to do is give you the information that you need to answer two key questions. The first being, what are the events that happened on the set of Rust that led to the death of Helena Hutchins? And the second question is, how did live ammunition end up on the set of the movie? As to both questions, we believe that it was the negligent acts and failures of the defendant, Ms. Guiterrez, that resulted in both the acts that contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death and to the live rounds being brought onto the set. A bit later on, I'm going to explain to you exactly how we believe that happened. Give me just a minute. I'm going to put some images up on the screen for you guys, but there's a little process we have to go through to get that going. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Helena Hutchins. This is the victim in the case that we're here to deal with this morning. Miss Hutchins was born in Ukraine on April 9th, 1979. She was married. Her husband's name is Matthew, and she has one son who was 9 years old at the time of her death. As a child, Miss Hutchins lived on a Russian military base located in the Arctic. She took an early and keen interest in film and journalism. She studied both economics and journalism at the Kiev National University, where she received a degree in international journalism. Miss Hutchins met her husband, Matthew, when she was working in the United States in Los Angeles, California. They hit it off so well that they eventually got married. And when Miss Hutchins moved and immigrated into the United States, she continued her education and she eventually earned a master's degree in 2015 from the American Film Institute Conservatory. While in Los Angeles, Miss Hutchins transitioned into the film and television industry, working as a cinematographer. This was a job that she loved and she had a great passion for. For those of you, I'm sorry.
I don't know, just speak up.
Okay, I apologize. My microphone has been off this whole time and I didn't know. For those of you who may not know, a cinematographer is a person who works behind the scenes on a film, and the cinematographer is responsible for creating the overall vision of the film. In very basic terms, the cinematographer decides how the movie will be lit and colored and how the final footage will appear on the screen when you watch the movie. And in fact, Miss Hutchins was working as a cinematographer for the movie Rust, which when she was tragically shot and killed on October 21st, 2021. By all accounts, from the folks who knew her and worked with her, and many of those you will be hearing from, she was a gifted and talented artist, but above all, she was a loving wife and mother. And like Ms. Hutchins, the defendant, Hannah Guiterrez, was also a behind-the-scenes member of the Rust crew. Ms. Guiterrez was hired to perform a dual role on the movie. She was hired to be both an armorer and a props assistant. As a props assistant, it was Ms. Guiterrez's primary duty to essentially go out and source and bring back to the film set everything that the actors need to touch as part of making the movie. So, for example, if they're doing a kitchen scene, then Ms. Guiterrez would have gone out, purchased plates, cups, glasses, forks, all of that sort of stuff, and then those would have been incorporated into the set. Ms. Guiterrez's other role was as the movie's armorer, and it's that role that really has brought us here today. The armorer has a few key responsibilities. The first responsibility is to source and bring to the set all of the firearms that are going to be used as part of the movie. So for a modern movie, that may have required her to purchase or obtain machine guns, semi-automatic handguns, long rifles, and that sort of thing. But for a Western like Rust, the armorer would have to source weapons that were in use at the time so that the movie looks more authentic. And so that would include finding old-looking revolvers and shotguns and things of that nature. I've just put up a photo. This is the firearm that Mr. Baldwin was using in this movie. This is also the firearm that was used in the incident that resulted in the death of Ms. Hutchins. One of the things that I think is important for you all to understand is that throughout this trial, we all may refer to these type of firearms as prop guns, but make no mistake, they are legitimate firearms. If you put a live bullet inside of these guns, they will fire. So we sometimes refer to them as prop weapons, but they are absolutely capable of causing a projectile to fly out of the barrel. The other thing that it's important for you all to know is that although this particular weapon looks old, it is actually a brand new gun. This gun was purchased directly from the manufacturer for the purpose of being used in this movie. And although it looks old, it's not a gun that has had hundreds or thousands of rounds put through it. It was a brand new and perfectly functioning gun when it arrived on the set. The second thing that the armorer is responsible for is sourcing and purchasing blank and dummy ammunition. You're going to be hearing a lot throughout this trial about the differences between live ammunition, blank ammunition, dummy ammunition. So I'm just going to kind of give you a 10,000 foot overview of what this stuff is. The image that's on your screen right now is what's called a blank round. A blank round is actually pretty easy to distinguish because it has that crimped end where normally a bullet would be. The reason that blanks are used in the movie is because when it's in the gun and an actor pulls the trigger, there is enough gunpowder inside of that blank to cause a pop and have a cloud of smoke come out from the gun, but it doesn't have a projectile that shoots through the barrel of the gun. So these are a type of round that is used frequently on the movie sets, especially whenever they want to make it look like the actor is actually firing a weapon. The second type of round that is used on the sets are what's called dummy rounds. And these are a different story. Dummies look exactly like real bullets. As you can tell from kind of that main image there, Although this evidence dummy round has some writing on it, you wouldn't be able to distinguish that from a live bullet if you were just looking at it with your eyes. And because these dummy rounds are designed to look exactly like live ammunition, every round has to be thoroughly checked before it is put inside of one of these firearms. Aside from sourcing firearms, blanks, and dummies for the movie, the next major function that Hannah was required to do on the movie set is that she was required to check every single one of these rounds to make sure that it's the appropriate blank or dummy and not live ammunition before it gets inserted into the gun. And there are two primary ways that an armorer or anybody who's familiar with this can check to make sure that a round is a dummy round. The first thing they can do is shake it. And if you'll see in that on the lower right-hand side, I've got a photograph for you there of a plastic container that's got 3 BBs in it. Those BBs are inside of that dummy round so that whenever you shake it, you can audibly hear that it's making a noise. And that way you know it's a dummy round. Sometimes they have a little spring in there rather than these bullets, but they always have some sort of noisemaker in there.
So someone asked, why do they look so similar? One of the reasons is if the camera is looking into the firearm almost from the front, then you want to see that there are rounds inside it. So that's really the point of that. I don't know if he's going to say it now, but easy way to check whether a dummy round isn't a live round is if you shake it, it makes like a rattling sound with that little ball inside, bounces around inside. So although it looks exactly similar, it doesn't sound similar. And I think another dissimilarity would be the weight. A dummy round weight would be, I think, a lot lighter.
The other way to distinguish a dummy from a real live bullet is in that top right photograph, and you'll see that cartridge has a hole drilled into the side of the casing. That's the second way that you can distinguish a dummy round from a live round. And then we have, not to overcomplicate things, but I think it's important that you know this, we also have some dummy rounds that are missing what's called the primer. Normally on a live cartridge.
So you can see over here, so these are, as far as I can see, these are 3 dummy rounds. Not only is it missing the primer, but it's also got the hole on the side as well.
There's an explosive element that is inside of that center portion that whenever the hammer of the gun hits that primer, it causes a small spark that then ignites the rest of the gunpowder in the bullet and causes the projectile to be expelled. So dummy rounds, as you can see, they do look an awful lot like live ammunition, but there are ways, if you are careful, that you can distinguish a dummy round from a live round. The next major function of the armorer is to check the firearm before it is brought onto the set. And there's a very specific process that is used for this. When it's time for a firearm to be used, the armorer is required to present the firearm to the first assistant director to double check that only dummy rounds are inside the gun. And the armorer is also supposed to offer the actor who is receiving the gun the opportunity to also have the gun inspected in front of them. Unfortunately, in this case, Ms. Guiterrez did not always adhere to these safety procedures, and you're going to hear from several witnesses who will testify that she often rushed through this critical step and sometimes she skipped this check altogether. So let's turn to what happened on October 21st, 2021. The cast and crew of the Rust film were out at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, which is a ranch located just outside the city limits of Santa Fe. It's several thousand acres large, and it has an Old West style town that's built there, and often movies are filmed there. And I've got an example photo here just to kind of give you an idea of what the set looks like. It's nothing particularly fancy. It's just an Old West looking town. Part of the set, and this is located a little bit a ways from the town itself, is this church. And it was at this church that the incident resulting in Miss Hutchins' death occurred. The evidence is going to show that on October 21st, it was a fairly chaotic day on the set of the movie. The evening before, a group of camera operators who had some concerns about various safety issues on set sent an email to the production team indicating that they were going to be quitting. And so the next day, in response to this notice, the producers decided to push ahead with filming anyway, and they decided to use less camera equipment than what was normally used, and they tried to just improvise and make do with what they had. Filming on the morning of the 21st was largely uneventful. The cast and crew filmed several scenes without any particular incidents occurring. Leading up to the lunch hour, a small group of cast and crew were inside the church working on getting some close-up shots of Alec Baldwin sitting on a church pew and manipulating his revolver. That scene was completed just before lunch, and so they called for a lunch break. And let me back up just a little bit. Before the lunch break was called, I want you all to see what was going on. This is
Well, we haven't seen that before.
So that gives you an idea of what was going on that morning. Alec Baldwin was sitting on a church pew, and he was practicing this draw from his holster with the camera crew kind of close up on top of him. So they completed that scene, and they called for the lunch hour to occur. So during the lunch hour, Ms. Guiterrez took the gun from Mr. Baldwin, and she took it back to the safe, the gun safe that was loaded on a prop cart. Once lunch was over, the production decided that they wanted to continue working inside of the church. But at this point, they weren't actually filming anything like they were in this video that I just showed you. And instead, they were doing what's called a blocking. And that is, in film terms, what you do before you even get to a rehearsal. So it's like a very rough rehearsal where the lighting director, the camera operator, and all of the folks are trying to get things situated so that they can then move into a rehearsal. Whenever a blocking is going on, because they aren't filming, there's really no need for the actor to have a live firearm in their hands, or even for the live firearm to yet be on set.
Good point.
You're going to hear from several witnesses, or from one witness in particular, who's going to testify that for purposes of blocking, Mr. Baldwin could have been using a stick, a rubber gun, anything that would essentially allow him to mimic a gun. It didn't have to be a live firearm. On that day, though, the defendant was asked to provide Mr. Baldwin with a live firearm for the blocking, and she did, and that was within her discretion to do so. You're going to hear that on the day of the shooting, Ms. Guiterrez loaded the gun in the morning with 5 rounds. The revolver, though, is a 6-shooter, so it can hold 6 rounds, but in that morning, she only was able to load 5 of them. After the lunch break was over, Ms. Guiterrez retrieved the gun from the safe, and she cleaned that 6th hole and was able to put a 6th round into the 6th slot.
So what he hasn't really mentioned is Hannah was actually having difficulty. I think as it went into the lunch break, she was trying to get this round in, but it wouldn't go in. And so she, when she came back from lunch, she had to clean the inside of it. And then that's how she managed to get the 6th round in. I don't know whether it was the 6th round that actually was the lethal round, but it does make one wonder what caused this dirtiness inside. Is it the chamber that prevented the round from going in? Had the firearm recently been fired? What caused this? Whatever dirt or whatever was inside that made loading that round difficult. Come.
Ms. Guiterrez then took the firearm to the church and handed the gun over to the first assistant director, whose name is Dave Halls. Ms. Guiterrez and Mr. Halls then did a sloppy and incomplete safety check of the gun, where the dummy rounds were not removed from the gun and rattled or checked to see if they had a hole drilled in it. Instead, she just kind of cracked open the gun and partially spun the cylinder to show Mr. Halls a few of the rounds, but they were not removed from the gun and they weren't all checked.
So I know when I covered this case, as I say, I made 99 videos. This is the 100th one. One of the things I often said was this movie shouldn't have been called Rust. It should have been called Rush, because there was so much rushing. Just not only in terms of the incident, but just the overall production was rushed. And Hannah in particular was rushed. And then the question also arises, who was responsible for the rushing? What was the rushing all about? Thanks a lot, Alf. Thank you. I don't think Alec Baldwin will testify here, but who knows?
After the incident happened, and when Ms. Guiterrez was being interviewed by the investigating officers, she stated that when she removed the gun from the safe to begin the filming for the afternoon session, she didn't recheck the ammunition. So when she pulled the gun out and put the 6th bullet in, she didn't independently check the rounds at that time either.
So just a little bit of nonsense information. When I visited Bonanza Creek Ranch, so when you drive from Santa Fe to the ranch, it's really not far. It's probably less than 10 miles. There are a bunch of signs that say pass with care, obviously meaning overtake with care. And I remember when I was there just thinking, jeepers, these signs were trying to talk to Hannah, because every day they went to set, they would have passed these signs saying, pass with care, pass with care, pass with care. And ultimately, we're sitting here because somebody didn't pass the firearm with care. Also quite ironic.
Our witnesses are going to testify that when the defendant pulled the gun out of the safe after lunch, what she should have done was open the gun and independently herself checked each and every round. Then, when she took it to the church and handed it to Mr. Halls, she should have done a second complete ammo check with Mr. Halls, because this double redundancy is what helps prevent the kind of incidents that occurred to Miss Hutchins from happening.
So what he's mentioning there may sound silly, but it's actually ordinary movie protocol when it comes to firearms. It's just it's like when you get on an airplane, what happens, you get given a safety briefing. It's just absolutely typical safety protocol. So what he's saying there isn't new or different or weird. Bear in mind also that the Rust movie production got fined the maximum fine by the New Mexico Safety Authority.
This means she should have opened the gun, removed each cartridge, confirmed that they were dummy rounds by individually shaking them, rattling them, or seeing the board whole. And because these dummy rounds are so similar to live rounds, her decision to just crack it open and spin the cylinder a little bit to look at the headstand.
So just to address this issue, this is not a murder case. This is involuntary manslaughter. And so this isn't really about intent, right? And you might say, well, if she didn't intend to do anything, then she's innocent. Actually, no. You know, if you drive in a vehicle and you didn't mean to hurt anyone, you didn't mean any harm to anybody, but you were driving either recklessly and you were sober, or you were driving under the influence, it's not so much about intent, it's about the level of negligence. And if the level of negligence, you can have it with parents. If parents have a level of negligence towards their children and then something happens, it can reach the level of a crime. Does that make sense?
Stamps wasn't enough. She needed to do a much more complete check. So having failed to do that check herself, she then handed the firearm to Mr. Halls anyway. She exited the church, and then Mr. Halls handed the firearm to Mr. Baldwin. As the blocking session was underway, Miss Hutchins and several of her crewmates were busily working, looking through and adjusting cameras, and Mr. Baldwin was sitting on that church pew practicing how he would hold the gun for the upcoming filming session. As Mr. Baldwin was manipulating the firearm, he caused it to discharge, and that unfortunately sent a projectile flying directly at Miss Hutchins. The projectile shot completely through Miss Hutchins and then struck the film's director, Joel Souza, in the shoulder.
So just a reminder, on this channel, we don't use all caps and we try not to use a lot of exclamation marks. This is just a wrong statement. She's charged with involuntary manslaughter. So I don't know. It absolutely isn't a murder case.
So at this point, the set paramedic was called into the church and began life-saving efforts on both Miss Hutchins and Mr. Souza. Another crew member who was in the church called 911 to report the shooting and to seek additional medical assistance. But because of the ranch's remote location, it took some time before additional medical personnel arrived. And this additional support also included a life flight helicopter for Miss Hutchins. A team of medical personnel worked to stabilize her, and they placed her on the life flight to UNMH. But sadly, the personnel at UNMH were unable to overcome the injuries that she sustained, and she was pronounced deceased at UNMH.
So what I find really tragic about this story is, you know, it's something that is incredibly violent. I mean, can you imagine you just doing your job and suddenly you shot? And Alina didn't die instantly. Alina said things like, "Well, I can't feel my legs, and this isn't good." And so she was actually talking to Sergei Svetnoy. He was actually tending to her before the medics got there, and so she was actually alive and compos mentis, and obviously the issue that was medically the medical emergency was that she'd actually was losing quite a lot of blood, and the time it took for the medics to get there, as far as I know, it was about 20 minutes. But if you've got a very serious wound, and it's a bullet that's gone right through you, it's gone inside. I think it entered through her under her armpit, and it exited, I think, outside the other side, but it sort of went right through her body. So I think it went through the armpit on the one side of her and exited sort of by the shoulder area on the other side. But the point being, so you can imagine a heck of a lot of blood loss, even if you're holding the wound closed. If you're trying to staunch that flow of blood, 20 minutes is a heck of a long time to try and keep a person together, I guess, essentially, just to staunch that flow of blood. When the emergency services arrived, they felt that they couldn't just remove her from the scene because she was in already a little bit of an unstable situation, and so they were trying to stabilize her before transporting her. And of course, all of that was already showing, that things were extremely urgent. And I think she died something like 2 hours later, which is quite a long period of time, which just makes the agony that she suffered so hard to bear, from our perspective. It was all so unnecessary. And she's, I think, a 40-year-old lady. She had her whole life in front of her.
We will show you, ladies and gentlemen, but that by failing to make those vital safety checks, the defendant acted negligently and without due caution, and that the decisions she made that day ultimately contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death. So
can you see, this isn't about motive, it's not about intention, it's not about that she had any animus towards Alina. It is that she neglected to do certain things, that she broke certain rules that were industry standards. And what could have aggravated the breaking of those rules? Well, possibly her youth, possibly if substances were used, possibly if she was rushed, possibly if she was tired, possibly if she felt intimidated by someone barking orders at her.
That's what happened on the 21st. But now I want to talk to you a little bit about what happened leading up to the 21st. There are some other ways that Ms. Guiterrez was negligent on the set. We intend to call several witnesses to give testimony that she regularly failed to properly carry out her duties as an armorer.
And so that's quite important to say, it wasn't just once. And I do think if you could prove the case, if you were a defense lawyer and you said, you know what, just one time she was a little careless, then you can say people make mistakes, right? But if it turns out there's not one live round lying there, but 6 or more, and there was only one careless incident, but many, then what you're talking about is an accident waiting to happen, and an accident waiting to happen is not an accident. We say that so many times. We're talking about that in terms of the Boeing story right now as well. Liesl, good to see you here as well.
These witnesses are going to describe the defendant's conduct as unprofessional and sloppy. You will hear testimony that she routinely left guns and ammunition lying around the set unattended, and that her gun safe and ammo cart were constantly disorganized. The second question that we want to answer for you is where these live bullets came from. The prospect of live ammunition landing up on a film set is incomprehensible. It's something that should never happen. It's a hard and fast industry rule that live ammunition should be miles away from a film set at all times because of the risk that it poses for being confused with the dummy rounds that are used on the set.
So if you look at the body language of Hannah in the background, she's quite expressive in her face. There's quite a lot of, she doesn't turn her head to look at the jury. She kind of looks at them out of the corners of her eyes. That seems to be how she does it. She's been quite frozen in terms of her hands and arms, but at this point where the prosecutor, Jason Lewis, mentions live rounds getting onto the set, that's another big boo-boo. She actually scratches her cheek briefly, and one wonders, is that what does one make of that body language? What do you guys make of it? Every now and then also there's quite a long blink. It's sort of trying to shut out the world. It's a feeling of maybe being a little bit overwhelmed and intimidated by what is being said about her, almost like she's in a nightmare, and it's like, I'm just going to try and shut this out. Don't you kind of get that sense a little bit? It's very refreshing. I know this is very serious, but from our perspective, it's very refreshing compared to the Michelle Troconis trial, where we virtually never see her face. We sometimes see the side of her face or the back of her hair. Here we get a front view of this defendant constantly. That's very, very helpful for our purposes.
I'm showing you a picture now of a box of ammunition that Miss Guiterrez says she was pulling cartridges from and loading into Mr. Baldwin's firearm on the day the fatal shooting occurred. If you can see the arrow that I'm kind of wiggling around here, this is the box of ammunition that she was pulling from. This is a box of dummies. This second box here is a box of blanks. So these are the kind of rounds that will pop and create smoke. These are the type of rounds that are just supposed to be completely inert. When the officers arrived on the set after the shooting, this cart is where those two boxes of ammunition were first found. When the officer who was in charge of this prop cart uncovered that the boxes on there were the ones that were being used for that day's filming, he then placed them into his police unit, and that's what you saw in those previous slides. These are the boxes of ammunition inside of a cop car.
Now, as far as I know, I'm not sure if I'm jumping the gun here, but that fanny pack actually belonged to Hannah. And I think they found something like 2 or 3 live rounds on this cart. I think they found one in Alec Baldwin's bandolier, and I'm not sure if that is his bandolier, but certainly they found a live round in Alec Baldwin's bandolier. I think they found another live round on the cart, and then another one, I think, in the fanny pack. But I guess that'll be confirmed.
This prop cart uncovered that the boxes on there were the ones that were being used for that day's filming. He then placed them into his police unit, and that's what you saw in those previous slides. These are the boxes of ammunition inside of a cop car. Eventually, the box of dummies was taken back to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, where it was inventoried and photographed by a crime scene technician whose name is Marissa Popple, and she's going to be a witness in this case. The first box of dummies that was opened up is what is on your monitors right now. This is a styrofoam container that has approximately 37 cartridges in it. According to the label on the outside of the box, these are supposed to be dummy cartridges. And I don't know if you've noticed yet, but there is one of these cartridges that doesn't look like the others. That one with the red square. You can see that it has a silver primer, whereas all of the other ones have brass primers. The cartridge in that red box is a live bullet.
Now, I must say, I'm not a gun enthusiast. I was in the military. I have handled firearms, but I'm certainly not a gun expert. When I just first saw that, I noticed that particular round immediately. And I'm not like a trained armorer. And so for a trained armorer to make an error like that is actually unacceptable.
So this was another live bullet that was found on the set, not just the one that was in Mr. Baldwin's firearm.
And that actually creates potentially a legal problem for Alec Baldwin, because remember on ABC he said in a very dramatic, almost Shakespearean, with that sort of gravitas, he said, there's only one question here, and that question is, how did a live round, right? And actually, that's not the question. The question is, how did that live round, and that live round, and that live round, and that live round, and that live round? So the fact that there's so many live rounds suggests that it wasn't just a random incidental error, but wasn't it something that was more systemic? Wasn't something much worse going on here? And that's something that so many people have missed, where they sort of go, okay, so I don't get it. This isn't murder. Accidents happen. And because, again, there's a little bit of subtlety in the layers of evidence here that one needs to pay attention to.
Ultimately, you're going to hear from us that there were not just these two, but a total of six live bullets that were found on the set. 6. You're also going to hear that all 6 of those live rounds have the same, have common characteristics of having this silver or nickel covered primer, a shiny brass casing, and what's called a Starline brass head stamp. I don't know if you can tell in your monitors or not, but this impression that is on each of these cartridges, it looks like a star and then a line and a star. That indicates that it's a Starline brass manufactured casing. So we knew from the evidence gathered on October 21st, and when we had these rounds examined by the FBI, we discovered that there were actually those 6 live rounds on set. And so our next step was to determine whether there was any way, if we could tell when those live rounds ended up on the set. So we began to comb through all of the photos and videos that had been recorded on the set from the very first day the filming began. And we started to notice something. We were able to identify several points in time where the cartridges with a silver primer and a shiny brass cartridge ended up being spotted inside of the gun belts and bandoliers that the cast members were wearing on the set. In fact, we found a photograph where there was one occasion where a live round was sitting right on Miss Guiterrez's lap, and she failed to identify.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. So we haven't seen that image either, but apparently there's also a live round over here.
Quiet. What you're looking at now is a photograph of Ms. Guiterrez, and on her lap in the lower right-hand corner, you can see that styrofoam casing holder. I'm going to show you a call out that's been enhanced a little bit, and you can see, I hope you can see on your monitors, that these bullets here kind of on the top right appear to have a brass casing, but at least these other two bullets, most definitely this cartridge that's in the blue circle, you can see that there is a silver primer on that cartridge, and we believe that was a live bullet sitting on her lap, and she failed to identify it.
So I can't help, and I mean, something I've felt when I first started covering the Rust incident, is that what I was seeing was basically a lack of discipline. And what I mean by that, I mean, there's a difference between discipline where you have to arrive at work on time and you've got to bring something with you, kind of thing. I'm talking about the discipline that's involved where you pay attention to what you're doing, right? And that's why I say when Hannah was sitting in the cruiser and she was asked for her name, she sort of, her head kind of went back and she kind of went Hanna-H, you know, like, and the thing that I thought was possibly an issue was discipline, and one might say self-discipline. And if your hair, if you've dyed your hair yellow and blue, right, is that communicating conscientiousness and discipline? And you can say, hey, don't judge a book by its cover, okay, but look at how she's presenting herself here in court. Doesn't she seem together? Doesn't she seem isn't it a different kind of appearance? Someone who seems more sensitive and more trustworthy, I guess, than the person that you see on set there. Another word for lack of discipline is being clumsy or being reckless. Reckless is probably the best word. Being reckless with things that can actually kill people. And what happens when you are reckless with something that can kill someone? When when somebody does die, it's not an accident. It's not no one's fault, is it?
It's important that you know that this photograph was taken on October 10th. And the reason it's important for you to make note that this photograph was taken on October 10th is because the other dummy rounds that were purchased for this movie didn't even arrive to the set until October 12th. So this means that the live ammunition could not have been from the shipment that came in on October 12th and that belonged or that was supplied by somebody other than Ms. Guiterrez.
Interesting point.
This also will help you when you hear from the defendant's counsel, who are likely going to suggest to you that there was some kind of sabotage on afoot on the set, or that the live rounds came from someone other than Ms. Guiterrez. This photograph, we think.
Now, I'm just expressing my opinion here. I could be totally wrong, and you might say, cheap as that is, that's an awful thing to say. But I wouldn't be surprised if, and again, this is just my opinion, and it's not like I've made up my mind, it's just a thought, is that if you look at the lady that is apparently Hannah's counsel, I don't know whether she's a lawyer, but she seems very colorful. She seems very, how can I put it? I guess a simple way of saying it is none of the lawyers in the Doulos trial look like she does, right? And I'm not saying if you look a certain way that you're not a lawyer. I certainly had a lawyer represent me in a labor thing, and she was she had like this plunging neckline, and she was very effective. So I'm certainly not saying if you look a certain way that you less qualified or more qualified. What I am trying to suggest is I wonder whether it's not legal strategy to have a lawyer look quite colorful, and yet she can do her job very well, and to kind of offset that assumption that Hannah on the set is just a creative person. She's just a person in the movie industry. It doesn't mean she can't do her job right. I just wonder whether it's a strategic use of this lawyer who has this appearance to almost a little bit of mind fuckery there, to play with this idea of that Hannah's appearance has got anything to do with her potential culpability. What do you guys think? What do you guys think of that thought?
Will help you conclude that the live rounds were on set on the 10th, and that the other dummy rounds didn't arrive until the 12th. We also have a little bit more evidence that these live rounds came onto the set via the defendant when she came to New Mexico from out of state. As you can see from this photo, this is the box of rounds. This is kind of a blown up photograph of the box of rounds that she was pulling from on the day of the shooting. And you can see that it has a very specific label on it. It says 45 long Colt dummies. And then in much smaller print there in the middle, you can see the initials JS. So on November 9th, a couple of weeks after the shooting, the defendant came into the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office for an interview with Corporal Hancock, and she was asked questions about the box of ammunition she was pulling from the day of the incident, this box with the small JS on the label. The defendant told Corporal Hancock that she thought this box was kind of peculiar and she wasn't certain where it came from, but she said that she didn't believe it was one of the boxes that was originally brought on set. But then the defendant offered to Corporal Hancock that the day prior to the interview, she had asked her father back home to text her a photograph of the box of 45 long Colt dummies that they had at his home. And she texted him, and he texted her this photo in response. It's identical. It's the same box. The box of dummies she was pulling from on the 21st is identical to the box of dummies that her father had at home. So we believe this is more evidence that this box of dummies with the live round in it came from the defendant.
So the issue is looking down. That is always something you want to take note of, is where a defendant or someone giving an interview where they look down, right? And on this particular, you'd imagine if it's not true, if something that is being asserted is not true, you'd be looking in front of you and kind of shaking your head or just quite angry. On the other hand, you might also be, if something's not true, you might be disappointed and also look down. But like I said earlier, the question is, where did these live rounds come from? And I said, I actually think the answer is pretty simple. Somebody knows the answer, and the answer is XYZ. It's quite simple. What the prosecutors just said here is that it looks like the box where these rounds came from the defendant's home. In other words, came from the defendant. It didn't come from some supplier. It's not some kind of complicated relay race. It was the defendants. Anyway, that is what the state's saying. We'll see how successful they are with that contention. I can't wait to hear everything that's being said here is true and it's compelling but I've heard it before. I'd love to hear what the defense is going to be.
We're also going to show you how these live rounds slowly spread their way throughout the set, eventually landing in several of the actors' costumes and firearms on October 13th, 15th, 17th, and of course on the 21st. In the image on your screen now, you can see in the large photograph, that's the bandolier that Mr. Baldwin was wearing on the 21st.
Could even be that one as well.
There is a live round inside of that bandolier. The black belt that's in the lower right-hand corner is a belt that was worn by another cast member. There's a live round in that belt too. The evidence you're going to hear throughout this trial is that the defendant was unprofessional and that she failed to do the essential safety functions of her job, and that these failures resulted in live ammunition being spread throughout this entire set. Once the live ammunition...
So let me ask you, does Hannah in court look professional? If Hannah in court walked onto the Rust movie set the way that she's appearing in court, would you trust her? Would you think that she's on top of things? Compared to this Hannah, do you think that Hannah is professional? Do you think that Hannah is professional? And so I think that is a very good word. The Hannah in court appears professional. She actually looks like she's grown up. She looks like she's matured. But the question is, on set, was she professional? Were other people professional?
Ammunition was on the set. She failed to detect it because she didn't follow those essential safety protocols that required her to inspect every round before they were placed into the gun. The evidence will show that the defendant treated the...
It looks like she's just handed a note to a lawyer. You've got the other lawyer leaning over, and it's all around this issue of, was she professional? Was she professional?
Safety protocols as if they were optional, rather than if people's lives counted on her doing her job correctly. We will show you that as a direct result of her failures, Ms. Guiterrez caused Ms. Hutchins' death. The last, or I should say the second crime that Ms. Guiterrez has been charged with is tampering with evidence. The evidence with regard to this charge is a lot simpler. You're going to hear testimony that on the day that Ms. Hutchins was killed, and after the defendant left her interview at the sheriff's office, she went back to her hotel. Knowing that the defendant had probably been through a lot that day, one of her crewmates went to her room to check on her to see how she was doing. And after they were done visiting, the crew member got up to leave, And as she was walking out of the room, the defendant handed her something and asked her to hang on to it for her. At first, this crew member didn't really realize what she had been handed, so she walked out of the room, started down the hallway, and when she looked into her hand,
What do you think it was?
she realized she had been handed a baggie of suspected cocaine from the defendant. She
So I'm a little bit confused. Suspected cocaine? I mean, did they not test that? Did they not take it into evidence? What did she do with it? That's quite important.
will testify that she was surprised that the defendant, who was somebody she hardly knew, would hand her a bag of suspected cocaine to hang on to for her. The crew member is going to testify that she disposed of the cocaine. She didn't want to be caught with it, so she just threw it away. And you're going to hear that the defendant over the next several weeks.
So the problem is they can't really prove that unless they took hair samples, unless they did some kind of toxicology, hopefully not after too long a period. I mean, that's another way that they can potentially prove their case in terms of that. But I mean, I think if you just ask the question, if you are, let's say the prosecution are correct, and the armorer, the person in charge of the firearms and the blanks and the dummies and so on, and in charge of safety, if she was actively using cocaine, could that cause a problem? Is that a self-discipline problem? Could that interfere with a set being run effectively, but specifically in a safe way, that lives aren't going to be put in danger? In other words, does self-discipline have anything to do with not using substances while you're working?
Texted this crew member several times asking her to return her stuff, which the crew member is going to testify is in reference to the baggie of cocaine.
So I think we do have a bit of a problem here, is how do you prove that? It's one thing to say it, now it's he said, she said, or she said. And so that might be part of the prosecution's case. Are there text messages showing that? Is there going to be a witness or a friend saying something? But I mean, you kind of do need a little bit of evidence in terms of that. I mean, someone using drugs is by definition something that tends to be kept private and kept kind of under wraps, right?
I know I've gone through a lot of information with you guys, and I hope you're not too overwhelmed, but that's why we're going to spend the next couple of weeks with you going over all of this evidence in a lot more detail. You're going to hear from a multitude of law enforcement officers. You're going to hear from firearms experts. You're going to hear from 4 FBI analysts covering the topics of fingerprints, DNA, explosives comparisons, and firearms testing. You're going to hear from an image enhancement expert. And most importantly, you're going to hear from witnesses who worked with Ms. Guiterrez every day on the movie set, including the film's director and several of the crew members who were inside the church.
I'm not sure why you're referring to marijuana. This is not about marijuana. So it's not at that level.
On the day of this horrific incident. We're confident that after you hear from these witnesses and after you have an opportunity to look at the evidence for yourself in greater detail, you will agree with us that the defendant's actions were not only negligent on October 21st, but on many days leading up to the 21st. We hope that after you review this information, you will find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And after reviewing and hearing from the witness concerning the tampering charge, we believe that you will also convict her on the tampering with evidence charge as well. I'm about done, but I do want to leave you with one final statement. And
So you can see her looking down there again. I must say, if I was her defense counsel, I would show her this video and say, you need to keep your head up, kid. You need to, you know, when certain things are said, don't look down. Keep your head up. Someone says, was there cocaine on set? I mean, what a question. In Hollywood movies, do you think they are cocaine-free zones?
this is a statement that Ms. Guiterrez made when she was being interviewed on the day of the shooting. She says at the end, I don't know. I wish I would have checked it more. And so do we.
That is a fantastic way to end off his opening statement. He uses her own words, and they are pretty damning. I wish I would have checked it more. Isn't that a bit of an admission of guilt? What do you guys say? Anyway, now we're going to hear the defense's opening statement. I must say I'm very curious to what they're going to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Before we take yours, I think we'll take a bathroom break, okay?
So I think we can jump ahead of the bathroom break. Before we do, how much would you give the prosecution out of 10 for the opening? Before you give it a rating, you must bear in mind the following, that he used slides. He didn't just do a long monologue. He used slides. He even used some video. He used evidence that none of us have seen before. And how long was the whole thing? So how long was it? How concise was it? Do you think he connected with the jury in terms of introducing himself? How much would you overall give him out of 10 for this opening? So I'd be very interested to see what Liesel says. Liesel is in chat. She's a qualified lawyer. That's right, Liesel.
So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. So go ahead, George.
So I'm trying to wait for Liesel to give her opinion. Anyway, so I agree with Asa. I thought it was very good. I thought it was concise. It touched on all the things. I think the only thing I would have highlighted a bit more is I would have spoken a bit about that this is about negligence. He did mention that, but I would differentiate it from, for example, a murder trial where you say that's about intent. This is not about intention. It's about how serious was the level of negligence. So, in my opinion, it was about 8 out of 10. I thought it started pretty well, and I thought it ended very well. Okay, let's hear what the defense say. Yeah, that is right. Liesel, what would you give it out of 10? Another thing I thought he did really well was just to show, because it's so important, that is a live round. That's what it looks like. And look how clear it stands out from the other rounds. And Hannah should have known that. An armorer and arms expert should have known that. Why didn't she? Okay.
You may be seated. Mr. Bowles?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are privileged, our team, to represent Hannah Guiterrez-Reed, who's sitting over here. And we're here because of a tragedy. There's no doubt. There was a tragic occurrence on that movie set. But let me tell you something you already know. Just because there was a tragedy does not mean that a crime was committed. It does not mean that Hannah Guiterrez-Reed caused the crimes they have charged her with. And we are going to, through the course of this case, show you that production and the state have both very early on sought to make Hannah Guiterrez-Reed a scapegoat. That's what this is about. You're going to hear that this tragedy, several unconnected events, independent events had to happen to create it. First, the first event that had to happen is the actor, Alec Baldwin, pointed a gun on that set, and he either had his finger on the trigger and the hammer cocked, or he pulled the trigger as he was pointing that at Miss Hutchins and Mr. Sue.
So it's quite interesting. It seems like their defense is throwing Alec Baldwin under the bus, which they've done in the first couple of minutes. I think it's totally the opposite, though. This didn't happen because of a series of freak things. It's because of one thing leading to another, to another, to another, that it becomes inevitable. So it's quite a funny way of thinking, a fragmented way of thinking, that you had this random thing happening and that random thing. It's not random if it is inevitable. Definitely not random. Anyway, let's hear what he says.
Souza, who was right behind her. And make no mistake, this is not a prop gun. This is a real gun. Mr. Baldwin pointed it right at him, either had his finger on the trigger and depressed, or pulled it, causing that gun to fire and hit Miss Hutchins. That's the first thing that had to happen. Miss Guiterrez-Reed, you're not going to hear anything about her being in that church or firing that weapon. That was Alec Baldwin. You will hear that Hollywood actors are not allowed to point guns, real guns, at other actors or crew.
So that's quite a good defense so far in terms of those rules. But then it is the rules that apply to the actors. What about the rules that apply to the armorers? It is quite a clever argument to say she wasn't even in the room. I don't know whether that's it's a clever defense. Put it that way.
It's like every other safety with guns in any other place in society. You learn these rules and go into the classes.
So what I meant to say is, you can argue that the other way is that she should have been in the room, that she should have handed the firearm directly to Baldwin and within the way that it should have been done. So you can argue her not being there in a favorable way, or in an unfavorable way?
You learn these rules if you've ever owned a gun. Rule number 1, never point a firearm at somebody unless you intend to shoot them. And that rule was broken. And that's going to be the first thing you're going to hear that caused this tragic accident. The second thing is that Hannah is being made a scapegoat for are deliberate errors and mistakes by production. So the opening, counsel for the state talked about Ms. Guiterrez-Reed and tried to put all of the onus on her. At the time, she was 24 years old. She had been hired for 2 duties, a props assistant, and you're going to hear what that is, and the armorer role. 2 different duties. So they were splitting her between those and making her, for example, roll cowboy cigarettes. That was one of them for the movie, and they had props that the actors have. And so she was having to do that to take away from her armorer duties. You're going to hear about that. Now, OSHA is a New Mexico agency, and that New Mexico agency inspected the movie and investigated this shooting after the shooting. You're going to hear that OSHA found fault with production. They found numerous faults, numerous mistakes on production's part, not Ms. Guiterrez-Reed on production. You're going to hear that OSHA indicated that there was a rush set, that there were several safety errors. And I'm going to talk about those in a moment, but I want to make that very clear. When the state talks about Ms. Guiterrez-Reed being negligent, what really happened is production was negligent. Production put her in that position. They put her in the position of having 2 jobs, a props assistant and an armorer, and expected a 24-year-old under really tough conditions to keep up with everything that was going on. And you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear that Ms. Guiterrez-Reed emailed the production manager, Gabrielle Pickle, who was on the set. You're going to hear Gabrielle Pickle. And she asked her for more armorer days. She said in this email, when I'm not able to focus on my armorer duties, this is when mistakes happen. And she was telling her this. Now, Ms. Pickle came back and said, no, we only have 8 armorer days, and that's all you're going to get. So out of the whole course of the movie, they didn't allow her to be an armorer and to perform those duties to the extent that she had to. And that's going to be a very important point, too. They moved her between 2 different things, props assistant and armorer. Counsel for the state in his opening said that Ms. Guiterrez-Reed had the job of sourcing the ammo and sourcing the firearms on set. Now, you're going to hear when you go through this about another name, and her name is Sarah Zachary. Sarah Zachary was the props head. So as the head of props department, she was Ms. Guiterrez-Reed's boss. In that role, Sarah Zachary had to source the ammunition and had to source the firearms. So that was not correct, what counsel stated in the opening. In reality, that was Sarah Zachary's job. Now you're going to hear that what happened is those 2 worked together in conjunction. Hannah was, Ms. Guiterrez-Reed was supposed to be doing armor, and then she was supposed to run over and help Sarah Zachary whenever she wanted the help on props. So a lot of what you're going to hear is a chaotic scene created by production and forcing somebody to do these 2 different roles.
That's true. I do hope Sarah Zachary is going to testify. It seems to me she's an absolutely fundamental witness to this. But Sarah can testify to whether she sourced it's either that Hannah sourced the ammunition, or that Sarah sourced the ammunition, or that both of them did. As far as I understand it, both of them did.
You're going to hear witnesses in this case, including professional armorer that the state has hired, and other people that will tell you it's completely inadvisable and a terrible decision on a movie like this with so many guns that you have a part-time armorer. It's not a good idea, and that's a terrible idea, but that's what they did. Now, as counsel stated, you will hear that this scene in the church was a blocking. It was a getting ready for a rehearsal. So you're going to hear that Miss Guiterrez-Reed had brought the gun to Mr. Halls, that Mr. Halls never should have handled that weapon. And you're going to see he had a lot of experience in movies. He knew better. He had the weapon. He did not inspect that fully. And then you're going to see that Mr. Baldwin didn't inspect it at all. So when counsel showed you that video on the first part of it, when he's sitting in that pew and doing that cross draw, you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear how dangerous a seated cross draw is. It's one of the more dangerous draws you can do because you're pulling the weapon across your body, and you can also pull it across other people. So you're going to hear that Ms. Guiterrez-Reed specifically requested to train Mr. Baldwin in a cross draw. You're also going to hear that he did not do that training. He did not set that training up. So when this tragic shooting occurred, it was in the very motion of a cross draw. You're also going to hear that this scene, this blocking, didn't even
So, can you see how this case also requires subtle and sensitive critical thinking? Because it's quite tempting to say Hannah is responsible for everything. It's her fault. She's 100% to blame, right? On the one hand, and on the other hand, saying, you know what? Because of that, and that, because of the production culture, because of the pressures, because of this, that, and the next thing, because of Alec Baldwin, because of what he did, Hannah is innocent. And I think the truth is somewhere in between. That Hannah could be liable for something, but what counts in her favor is that she was put in a position that she shouldn't have been put in, and someone else is somewhat responsible for that. In other words, she can be guilty of something in theory, but that there are certain mitigating factors. But what I'm trying to say is Sorry about that, guys. There's just internet interruption. I'm not quite sure. I think it was caused by a power fluctuation. The power is still on, but I'm not quite sure what caused that. Anyway, let's go back to those defense closing opening arguments. Sorry about the that little interruption.
And pulling out of his holster, and they were going to focus on that, create tension in the scene in the movie. Instead, for whatever reason, Mr. Baldwin pulled it out, and it ends up being pointed right at Miss Hutchins, the camera, and Mr. Souza. You're also going to hear, we're going to talk about in the course of this case, there's Hollywood tricks. These guns should never be pointed at another person. That instead what should happen is there's camera tricks that you can use to make it look like it's pointed, but it's not. There's also things we're going to talk about.
Obviously, when you do that, it's more expensive. So if you use CGI to make it look like the gun's pointing straight at you, there's a cost implication there.
About that Mr. Baldwin did at that moment that he violated and safety rules. Our gun and ammunition expert, Mr. Kuski, who you're going to hear from, is going to discuss safe gun handling and usage and go through safety bulletins. These safety bulletins apply on this set to movie actors, and he's going to talk about that. Second, let me talk about the live rounds. Now, the state has a relatively new theory, which is based totally on pictures. And you saw some of those pictures. And it's also based on the idea that live rounds have a silver primer on this set. So that's going to be the core of their argument and their theory. And you saw in the picture, one of them had a silver primer. And the primer is just that circle in the middle of the round on the back where the hammer hits, and that's what caused the round to fire. Now, what you didn't hear in State's opening was that there's going to be numerous dummy rounds that also have silver primers that were on this set. There was a FBI report you're going to see that a box removed from the prop truck had 16 silver primer dummies and 1 silver primer suspected live round.
That is important.
So this was a box found in the prop truck. So the theory that all the silver primer rounds are live is not correct. It's just not true. So you're going to hear during the course of this evidence, because of these silver primer dummies, that theory does not work. Second, you're going to hear that Rust Production ordered all the dummies on set. Rust Production sourced these primarily from a man named Seth Kinney. Seth Kinney owned PDQ Props. PDQ Props was the primary supplier to the Rust set. Now you're going to hear that after the shooting, Seth Kinney was extremely active in contacting the sheriffs and trying to work with them and trying to point the finger away from himself. And you're going to hear about that. You're also going to hear that Sarah Zachary, who I told.
So, so far, the villains of the defense, or from the defense perspective, are who? Alec Baldwin. There are 3. See if you can get to them before I can type them out. The defense are laying out 3 villains so far. Number 1, Alec Baldwin. Number 2, Sarah Zachary, right? And number 3, Seth Kinney. We'll see if there are any more. but these are the villains so far. And yeah, and production.
Told you about earlier. After the shooting, she sent a text to Seth Kenny, and it said emergency. Now, Sarah Zachary works for Seth Kenny on PDQ Props. She worked on set, but she was under him. She sent a text to Seth Kenny saying emergency. You're then going to hear that they had a phone call very shortly after. This is just minutes after the shooting. Sarah and Seth are talking on the phone. Now, we don't have that actual phone call, but whatever was said, here's what happened the very next thing. Sarah Zachary goes over and removes rounds from two of the weapons, two of the actors' guns, and she throws them away. Now, that's absolute and complete scene tampering. And when she first was interviewed by the sheriff, Sarah Zachary said, I was panicked, and that's all I can tell you. Now, I expect in the course of this case, you're going to hear that when she was interviewed, she's going to say something like, I threw them away because that's what we do after scenes.
Now, remember, Sarah also threw away the bag of whatever. So, it's quite interesting. You've got, seems like Sarah is the Pavel Gumeni of this case. Things that look a little bit strange, and she's in the wrong place at the wrong time, I guess. But I think you've also got to ask, okay, what was Sarah's job? Who was the armorer on this? Who was ultimately responsible for the weapons? And so it is quite interesting how you have Sarah, like Pavel Gumeni also went to some effort to move seats around, right? But did he have guilty knowledge? In this case, Sarah Zachary did something, but was she primarily responsible for XYZ? You also have Dave Halls, and I think what may be the case, in the same way with Pavel Gumeni, you may have a situation of they are given immunity, they cut a deal with the state in order to bear witness about somebody else.
And you're going to get to evaluate her credibility and determine why would these be thrown away. If they're dummy rounds, they're rounds that can be reused. They cost money. It doesn't make sense. You would just throw them away. And what was the real reason Sarah Zachary threw those rounds away right after her call with Seth Kenny? Now, you're also going to hear that right after the shooting, Sarah Zachary went over and she shook some rounds and determined that they didn't shake, meaning she felt like they were live rounds. So then she throws these away. Now, they're thrown in trash.
Now, what does that imply? It actually implies that there were more than 6 live rounds. If you count those, and I'm assuming they didn't find those in the trash, that's 6, 7, 8 live rounds. And who's to say that other crew members didn't get rid of other live rounds? Also, who's to say that Hannah Guiterrez-Reed didn't get rid of other rounds? I don't think you should assume that because they found 6 live rounds, there were only 6 live rounds. I think if they found 6 live rounds or there were 8 live rounds, there were likely 30 live rounds lying around, or even more.
She tells law enforcement, but on that day, they don't find them. But she threw them in trash right by the prop truck, you're going to hear, but they didn't find them. So we don't have those rounds. And you're not going to be able to hear this in the course of this case or see what Sarah Zachary threw away. You're not going to be able to have that because they were never recovered. That's scene tampering. You're also going to hear another instance of scene tampering, that Sarah Zachary carried items from the prop cart. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that prop cart. right after the shooting, she carried items to the prop truck. So she moved items from the cart, knowing there had been a shooting, knowing law enforcement's going to be here, to the prop truck. So the other problem with the state's theory now, and showing you that picture of those boxes in Benavides' truck and how they were kept on the seat, is that we don't know what was taken from the cart completely. What we do know is that one box, Seth Kinney's box, appeared and was found in the prop truck. And we know that Sarah Zachary transported items from the prop cart to the prop truck. We know that. But we're never going to know exactly what was on that cart at the time of the shooting because it was tampered with. We're also not going to know, because you're going to see on Officer Benavides' lapel video, that right after the shooting, Miss Guiterrez-Reed was taken into his vehicle and segregated. She was segregated from all the other witnesses. She's sitting in his vehicle. Officer Benavides Deputy Benavides feels like he has to stay with Miss Guiterrez-Reed because she's distraught. So he tells another person to go get the prop cart. The prop cart is over by the church. He tells somebody else to walk over and get it. Now, I think he's going to acknowledge that he should have gone and got that prop cart. Problem with that is this is just a random, this is not a law enforcement, not random, we know who it is, but this is law enforcement's job to secure the scene. After a shooting like this, you don't want evidence to go walking away. You don't want it to go missing. You don't want it, because we're here on a reasonable doubt standard. That standard is the highest standard under our law. That means you can't convict somebody in this country, no matter who they are, unless you prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And what we've got here is theories based on evidence that has already been tampered with. And you're going to hear that in this case. That's not even going to be questioned. So you're going to have to take the leap that whatever Sarah took to the prop truck, we don't know. And whatever she did with those rounds, we don't know. And you may not know why. But I can tell you, it occurred right after the call with Seth Kinney. And you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about his contacts with a witness named Del Reed. Del Reed is the father of Miss Guiterrez-Reed. Del Reed is one of the most renowned armorers in the history of movies. You're going to hear that he's been doing this for over 50 years. He's trained Brad Pitt, Sharon Stone, Denzel Washington. He did Tombstone. Some of you might have seen that. He did 310 to Yuma. He's the real deal. And you're going to hear that he trained Miss Guiterrez-Reed. She was very well trained. She also went to film school, and she completed a bachelor's degree in that. So you're going to see that she was trained, she was educated, and she was ready for this job. Now, it was her second job as head armorer. You're going to hear that she had one prior, and then she had also worked as an assistant on another movie. But you're going to hear that from the time she was a little girl, her dad, Del Reed, had her on these movie sets, and he was training her. Now, Thel, the reason why I mention him is he and Seth Kinney, right before Rust started, were on another movie set called Yellowstone 1883, and that occurred in Texas. You're going to hear that Thel Reed brought live rounds. These were 45 Colt live rounds to Texas, and he and Seth Kinney were going to train the actors on a range, not on the set, but on a range. So they sometimes train these actors to fire the weapon and see how the recoil is and kind of get a feel for it for the movie scene. So he brought these live rounds. They did the training. They did Yellowstone 83. And then Seth Kinney kept these live rounds in an ammo can. He did not give them back to Thel Reed. And again, you're going to see these were 45 Colt live rounds. Fast forward. Wasn't that much longer, within months, that we have Rust set. And Seth Kinney is the primary supplier of ammunition to the Rust set. You're going to see evidence in this case that Seth Kinney's rounds in a box that the sheriffs found were blued. They were a certain color. And we'll remind you as we go through, we'll highlight that, but they were a certain color. And you're going to see, for example, on the picture that the state showed you in their opening, the live round they said that was in that gun belt, it's the same color. And you're going to be able to put that together as the evidence comes through. It's the same color as the rounds that Seth had that were blued. You're also going to hear that the sheriff's investigation, they never took Seth Kenny's fingerprints. They never took his DNA. They didn't take his cell phone. So again, we're going to be missing evidence. Knowing that Seth Kenny was the primary ammunition supplier, knowing that he and Sarah Zachary had talked right after the shooting, Sarah had thrown rounds away, Sarah had moved stuff from the prop truck, none of Seth Kenny's phone, fingerprints, or DNA were taken. And you're also going to hear that there was no request to the FBI to check those live rounds for fingerprints or DNA. None. So the FBI lab was requested to do a bunch of forensic tests. They were testing the firearm Mr. Baldwin used to see if it functioned correctly. You're going to hear about other tests they did, but no testing on the live rounds. Zero. Again, that's going to be evidence that you are never going to see or have because the government didn't do it. And again, we have a reasonable doubt standard. Our expert, Mr. Kuski, is going to talk about the government's theory, state's theory, about these colors and the rounds. And I talked about that earlier briefly, but I'm just going to say it again because it's so important. You cannot tell a live round from a dummy by a picture. And the reason for that is that the dummies are made in Hollywood to look just like live rounds. Now, the point of that is the people.
So that's not necessarily true. As you saw there, and I do think that the prosecution may have made it seem very explicit, maybe too explicit, but you can often visually tell the difference between a live round and a dummy round. They often have a hole drilled into the side, right? And if they don't have that, then they have a little ball bearing, a little weight inside it. If you shake it, then it kind of makes a click, click, click noise, right? So what he's saying is a little questionable. There are some dummy rounds that look exactly like a live round, but they don't sound like them. But they, by the same token, there are dummy rounds that have those holes. And the question is, what was the case here? At the end of the day, it's not really whether it's the one or the other. The armorer should check in two ways, visually and doing the sound check. And I mean, a very simple way to have checked whether the gun was safe was to take the, like the proper way to do it is you take individual rounds and you examine them and you shake them. But I'm just saying, if they'd just taken the gun and gone like that, right? I guess the problem is if you've got one round that's a live round and the rest are dummies, it's going to sound like dummy rounds, and you wouldn't know if there was a live round in. So I guess that's not a terribly good argument. But I mean, it doesn't take very long. It's not a long time you just, as you're picking up a round to put it in, you can just do that. And that's going to determine, it's not something that's going to take a heck of a lot of time. It's 1 second.
Watching the movie don't know that it's a dummy. They're made to look just like a live round. Now, the picture counsel for the state showed earlier, showed a hole in that round, that is how they make some of the dummies. It's not how they make all the dummies.
That's true.
Some of the dummies, unfortunately, do not shake and they do not have a hole in them. And you're going to hear that one of those rounds was on this set. It's going to be in the CSI Tech, Miss Popple. It's in her report. It's called the Denix round from Spain. That round did not shake. So that's a dummy that looks like a live round, and it does not shake with the BB, so you can tell. Mr. Kuski is going to talk about how this is highly dangerous and how Miss Guiterrez-Reed was faced with a situation on this set of dealing with a mixed match of dummies, cheap dummies, he's going to call garbage, that were just thrown together that she had to deal with. Again.
So I just want to respond to Liesel's comment there. I must say, I don't know how you guys feel, but my feelings alternate from anger and indignation, that someone who was perhaps clumsy and perhaps reckless may have cost someone else her life, right? And that it was just so unnecessary. So if you just checked, if you just made sure, whatever. On the other hand, I actually feel sorry for Hannah. I feel like the people around her put her in an awkward position. Some of the people around her took advantage of her. And so Liesel's absolutely right. If you make the case that she was related to Thal Reed, she had the best training, she knew exactly what she was doing, well, then that allows that exit where you feel sorry for her, that then goes out the window. Then you say she's got no excuse then for making a mistake. The other thing is, you could say, if she is truly, she's been around firearms her whole life, she does know them back to front, then doesn't that raise the drug narrative to, well, then what could possibly have allowed this error, this mistake, multiple mistakes? What could have allowed that? And remember, it's not just taking drugs once. It might be an addiction. It might be that you are compromised in quite a serious way. And so even if you are very educated, it's like saying, if you're a really good driver, you can be Michael Schumacher. But if Michael Schumacher has had one martini too many, then he's not going to be the best driver in the world anymore. And if she's a very good armorer, if she's compromised with substances, she's not going to be fault-free. But I do think that is a good point. Thanks, Liesel.
While OSHA's going to tell you she's being rushed, she's having to perform 2 jobs, she's asking for more resources and help from her manager, and she's not getting it. Third, you're going to hear that David Halls, the first assistant director, that he's going to say Ms. Guiterrez-Reed was doing a good job. Now and she did good with safety on set. He was the first assistant director. He was the one that took the firearm and handed it to Baldwin. You're going to hear testimony that he never should have had that firearm, never. You're going to hear from a director, PJ Pesh, who's done.
So there we have it. Dave Halls is actually going to testify here. It should make this a very colorful, interesting trial with interesting witnesses.
Movies for over 30 years. PJ Pesh has done, you're going to hear about all his credits. He's worked on all kinds of movies. He's going to tell you that he's never seen a first assistant director in all those movies ever handle a weapon and hand it to the actor. This was a highly, highly unusual setup and management created by production. That was their fault. And what they've tried to do, and what you're seeing in this courtroom today, is trying to blame it all on Hannah, the 24-year-old, because why? Because she's an easy target. She's the least powerful person on that set. So what do we do? And you're going to see the evidence. They target her. You're also going to hear that David Halls, he did not address prior safety issues. And this is part of the thing that OSHA found. David Halls, there were 2 accidental or negligent discharges on set. And what that is Sarah Zachary had one of them, and a stunt double for Baldwin had another one. What those are, you have a firearm with a blank in it, and you don't either decock it, it's called, where you put the hammer down slowly so it doesn't fire. You don't do that right, and then it goes off unexpectedly. Sarah Zachary did that. The second one you're going to hear, a stunt double had a misfire, and these were on the same day, 5 days before the shooting, October 16th, the same day within an hour apart. Ms. Guiterrez-Reed addressed it by talking to both of them because these are safety incidents. You can't have misfires like this, negligent discharges like this. People are walking around, they don't have ear protection. These blanks can actually fire off stuff out of smoke and everything that can, it's dangerous. So David Halls did not do anything about it. Again, that's his job. You're going to hear that he was the security coordinator for the entire set. But David Halls didn't delay. He didn't order additional training. You're going to hear some of the head people, if you hear from them in this trial for Rust Production, some of the head guys, they didn't even know about it. So they weren't informed about it. That's how much the production cared about safety. Because you know what the primary thing was here? It was rush, get this done so we can get the money. And that's all on production. And Mr. Baldwin is one of the primary producers. That's on them. Ms. Guiterrez-Reed had no control over that. Finally, you're going to hear from OSHA that Rust Production didn't adhere to several safety rules that they have to adhere to on set. That's why they were fined. They gave them the largest fine in the history of New Mexico over this case.
That's right.
Because of what they did. You're going to hear that they didn't have a procedure to ensure live rounds.
So something that I've heard, remember I've put up a playlist of like 99 videos. Towards the end, I was getting a lot of pushback, like, you know, maybe they made a mistake, you know, whatever. And it's hard to explain that it sounds like not adhering to safety issues isn't a big deal. But you just heard it there. They got fined the highest amount ever. They got fined the maximum that it was possible to fine a production. What that's telling you is that the attitude, the culture, the working culture towards industry standards and protocols was extremely lax, was extremely lacking. Not just made a little mistake here or there. It was egregious. It was very unacceptable. And I think one's got to ask the question, what is the source of that attitude? Where did this attitude to breaking rules and laughing at the rules and being scornful at the rules and ignoring the rules and flouting the rules, what is the source of that?
Veronica said, nor did they give Ms. Zachary or Ms. Guiterrez-Reed enough time to thoroughly inventory. You're going to hear that Halls did not conduct daily safety meetings, and there was no safety instruction prior to Baldwin using the gun in the church. You're going to hear that Russ failed to accord Ms. Guiterrez-Reed more training days, and she was not able to train Baldwin on the cross draw. And you're going to hear again that Mr. Baldwin, one of the lead producers, head actor in the movie, who really controlled the set.
Can you imagine if Hannah was training Alec Baldwin can you imagine kind of a situation where this 24-year-old who isn't very experienced is giving Alec Baldwin, who is a grandfather and a very, I think, strong-willed person, to put it mildly, a very assertive, intimidating personality. Do you think she could basically give Alec Baldwin a schooling on something? Because of course he thinks of himself as a veteran, and in a certain way she is an amateur. She's been in one movie before that where there's an incident with, I think, Nicolas Cage. I'm not sure if it was, I think, a firearm discharged right next to someone's ear. But can you imagine her actually giving Baldwin a kind of a lesson, how that would actually go? Do you think Alec Baldwin would be like, okay, what should I do now? Can you really imagine that? And so it doesn't even happen. She doesn't even get the opportunity to school him on the cross straw, as far as I'm aware. I think he's about to wrap up.
You're going to hear that he violated some of the most basic gun safety rules you can ever learn. From a young age, we all learn you don't point a gun at somebody ever, unless you want to shoot them. You treat all guns as loaded, and you keep your finger out of the trigger until you're ready to shoot. He violated all of those. It wasn't Miss Guiterrez-Reed, that was Mr. Baldwin. Now you're going to hear from some other witnesses. There's going to be a lot of them, but the core principles at the end are, you're going to be missing critical evidence. You're going to not hear about Seth Kenney because the government didn't investigate him. It chose not to. Mr. Kenney, primary ammo supplier, talking with Sarah Zachary, she's throwing stuff away. They didn't go after him. They went after Miss Guiterrez-Reed. And you can think about that. Why would they do that? Miss Guiterrez-Reed did the best job she could under very, very tough circumstances, trying to get into this profession, a profession she really wanted to do. She was trained by her dad, a longtime armorer, 24 years old. She had insufficient time to do her armorer duties because she was also forced to do props. And management made a number of mistakes and did not create the proper atmosphere. Rust Production and the state want to scapegoat her. She is not guilty of the crimes charged against her. And the prosecution must prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, and I submit they will not in this trial, for the reasons I've stated and the evidence that you will see.
All right, thank you. As requested by the council on.
Okay, so what do you think of the defense's opening statement? How much would you give it out of 10? And it's really, we're trying to compare apples with apples. So how engaging was he with the jury? Did he come across quite charming? Is he eloquent? Did he express himself clearly, concisely? Did he keep the right length, or did he sort of go past a kind of a threshold where it sort of went on for too long? Did he make use of visuals? Did he bring up pertinent points? So let's have a look at what you guys say. So a lot of you have given him quite a good rating. Valerie 6.5, Chelsea 7, Robbie Robin 8, Mel Stiller 7, Nan, well, that's not bad, 9 out of 10. Terry 7 out of 10. I'd also give him 7 out of 10. He just gets 7 out of 10 in my book. He didn't make use of any images. He, although he made some strong points, valid points, he also didn't really talk too much about Hannah and certain things that she was responsible for. A lot of it, I would say, the bulk of his statement was that it's Alec Baldwin's fault, that it's Sarah Zachary's fault, that it's Seth Kenny's fault, that it's this, that, and the other. And I do think the state, Jason Lewis, I think they ended much better. I think the whole of it was definitely a lot stronger. I was tempted to give him a 6, but he did raise some points that certainly made you, Hannah was definitely given an onerous position, and a lot of the things he mentioned are certainly true. That doesn't necessarily mean that if someone else has done something wrong, that doesn't suddenly make her innocent, though. But it certainly does, I think, bring into the whole thing mitigation. So this should be quite a interesting trial, and a lot is hanging on it, because after this, it's Alec Baldwin's turn. So if Hannah gets completely off, if she's acquitted or she gets a slap on the wrist, then you can imagine Alec Baldwin will as well. If she doesn't, you would imagine, well, I guess you could also argue if she gets off completely and people are thinking it's all Alec Baldwin's fault, his production, he's calling the shots, he was holding the gun, he should have known better, he should have hired someone better, he should have taken responsibility, he should have addressed issues. That's another way of interpreting it. I do think he made quite a valid point by saying what did he say? That she's an easy target. On the other hand, she is the armorer. You can't get around that. How did a live round get into this gun? Well, from the armorer. The armorer was responsible for that. Maybe I'm biased, but I do think the state's case is correct in saying that that box of cartridges came from Hannah, didn't come from Seth Kenny. But that is certainly the area where the state will have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. That particular area. Did that box come from Seth Kenny? And it's certainly possible that it did. Or did it come from Hannah's home situation? The interesting thing is, either way, it seems like the live rounds came from a Reed, either came from Thal Reed, and the live rounds then made it into Seth Kenny's that can of live rounds into his armory, but either way, it seems to be coming from a Reed, which I think is kind of ironic. Okay.
Directing any
Liesel, how much would you give the defense for their argument?
One that's going to be called as a witness in this case, including an expert witness as stipulated by the counsel, that none of these witnesses may be viewing this trial live stream on court TV. Call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state called Nicholas York.
All right.
So we're not allowed to see this witness. Nicholas Lafour, what is his name?
Have you advised Grace? I'll use that word.
I'll take care of it.
All right, thank you.
We did previously, but I'll.
But yeah,
I thought he wasn't supposed to be shown. Maybe it's just the video.
do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
I think it's just the video evidence.
Good morning. How are you today? Good. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Officer Nicholas Lafleur, and then the last name is spelled Lefleur.
Officer LaFleur, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the city of Santa Fe.
And how long have you worked for the city of Santa Fe?
Going on 2 years.
And what is your role at the city of Santa Fe?
I'm a police officer.
All right. Prior to working at the Santa Fe Police Department, where were you employed?
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
All right. And is that where you were employed on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on October 21st, 2021, were you called out to the Rust movie set?
Yes, sir.
How did you receive that call?
It came over the radio as I was in close proximity.
Did you receive any information as part of that call?
That someone had been shot on a movie set.
All right. And what did you do in response to that call?
Got there as safely and as quickly as I could.
And when you arrived to the set, were there any other law enforcement personnel there?
I was the first one there. I believe there was a volunteer firefighter unit in front of me.
Okay. And when you arrived on the set, where did you arrive?
Right in front of the church they had set up as a prop piece.
Okay. And on that day, were you wearing a lapel camera or a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of State's Exhibit 1 that's been stipulated to by counsel.
All right.
May I have permission to publish it to the jury?
Just to deal with this question, is Alec Baldwin actually present? No, he isn't. He might be for his own trial, which is coming up in the summer.
Yes,
And do we want to do a reminder to cut the live stream? This is
I
that
just
video.
did it.
You did.
this is the
Okay.
one you need to cut the live stream. Thank you.
So I think they are going to be showing video. I'm not sure whether I don't think we're going to see any of that video, but it looks like we're going to see Hannah's reaction to it, which is in itself kind of interesting. I would have imagined that cutting the live stream means no live stream whatsoever. But I've got an idea this might just be for a few minutes. So what I'm going to do while this is happening, we're going to go back to my playlist. Obviously, when the sound comes back on, we'll know. And we're going to deal with the rush to find an armorer for Rust. We're going to be dealing with that. See how far we can get into it. Hello, and welcome to True Crime Rocket. Films are characterized by gunslingers and gunslinging. In cowboy films, it's depicted as normal to settle scores, to settle disagreements with a gun. And justice tends to be a matter of who draws fastest
Also gave him
and
a
shoots
7.
straightest. In the movie Rust, guns were needed on 10 of the 12 film days, with multiple guns used per day.
This is a very important statistic. It just shows you that the armorer's role is significant, and yet she was paid peanuts, and her role was combined with someone else. But it just shows that they needed to get a experienced armorer. And if you were the armorer, you needed to be focused and disciplined and attentive to what you were doing.
The production halted on the 12th day of its 21-day shooting schedule following Hutchins' death. Live rounds were called for on at least half of the shooting days, and this is according to call sheets sourced by the LA Times. Interestingly, the slang use of the term, and I'm not sure if this applies in America as well, I know it does in Britain, the slang use of the term.
So can you see in this photo, like I say, I've actually been there myself. Can you see there's a sign saying do not pass, right? And I know when I was there, I remarked to a friend of mine, wow, there are all these signs saying do not pass and pass with care. If only the armorer had paid more attention to that. Do not pass a firearm that hasn't been checked carefully.
America as well. I know it does in Britain. The slang use of the term cowboy, calling someone a cowboy today means they're reckless and ignorant of potential risks. Think of a driver, pilot, or movie crew who might be described metaphorically as a bunch of cowboys. In this episode, we're going to deal with something that probably doesn't sound very exciting. It's the race to find an armorer before production started on Rust. Once again, our source material is the excellent long-form article published in the LA Times almost a month ago. I think it was published on the 20th of November. Once again, I'll put a link to that in the description. As we're about to see, what ought to have been a simple, ordinary position being filled became increasingly fraught as one potential armorer after another either wasn't available or simply wouldn't accept the offer. We've got to see the hiring of 24-year-old Sarah Zachary, the prop master and head of her department, and 24-year-old Hannah Guiterrez-Reed, the armorer and prop assistant. We need to see their hirings and their role in the context of this race to have a crew up and running in time for production. So the first thing I want to deal with is the issue of more than a dozen candidates that were approached before Sarah and Hannah. That's a lot. Sarah and Hannah weren't even close to being the first or second or third or fourth or fifth or sixth choices. In their investigation, the LA Times spoke apparently with more than a dozen candidates that were approached to crew on Rust, and this was in local New Mexico, but also as far afield as Los Angeles and Texas. This recruiting campaign went on throughout late August and into September. Remember, Helena Hutchins was shot on October 21st. And now we go to the period in the timeline, 1 month and counting. According to the LA Times, quote, on September 21st, exactly 1 month before Hutchins was shot, Gabriel Pickle, the Atlanta-based line producer who arrived in New Mexico several weeks earlier to run the day-to-day production of Rust, she reached out to Scott Sarge Rasmussen, an armorer in Albuquerque. And this was what she sent to him. She said, we are in a bind and need someone to start in props immediately. And this is something that the Times were able to source. The LA Times sourced this email between the line producer, Gabriel Pickle, and Scott Sarge Rasmussen. Sarge Rasmussen was a good candidate on paper. He had the experience and he was available. And Sarge came pretty close to being hired. He even let them know he was offering to serve as the armorer. But the producers wanted to hit two birds with one stone. And this is quoting from the article, quote, Rasmussen, who has nearly half a century of experience handling guns, ultimately wasn't interested in being both prop master and armorer. In an interview, he said he offered to serve only as the armorer, but never heard back, end quote. And that's, he never heard back from Rust, right? One has to assume the combined role meant a reduced salary and greater responsibilities. An experienced armorer could see that this job for the low-budget cowboy flick was below his pay grade. And that brings us to the third point, and we're now at September 23rd in the timeline, approaching the start of production. It's not clear whether Sarge is a member of the IATSE union, that is, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, or whether the producers preferred crew who weren't. But the next step was advertising the position on the IATSE portal. The advert read, quote, Rust is in search of a prop master ASAP. Previous Western or Armory experience is a plus, but not necessary. And the same advert noted that the position would start that same day. It says,
Okay, so let's go back to the trial. It's actually on a adjournment right now, but let's catch up with what was said.
Let's start the video back from the beginning.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it out.
So I'm a little confused.
Just exit out of this?
Isn't this the video we're not supposed to be watching?
Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the BBMs?
Can everybody hear it? Because in the back of the room you can't hear anything.
Let me ask you guys. As far as I know, we aren't supposed to
Start the
be
video
watching the video. Are we allowed to
back
hear
from
the video?
beginning.
I don't want to violate any kind of protocol here.
Yeah.
Liesel, what do you think about that? I'm not sure if I understand correctly. As far as I know, Court TV weren't allowed to show the video. Are we allowed to hear the video? I wonder whether we shouldn't take a break just till we get some certainty on that point. I'll give you another minute to respond. I'm going to say what I said again. As far as I know, Court TV aren't allowed to broadcast a particular video. Does that mean you're not allowed to see it, or are you allowed to hear it? Liesel? Didn't they go into recess because it was being streamed? That's the impression I'm kind of getting here. Anyway, I think we're going to take a recess as well. And I'll see you guys a little bit later. It's already, well, 3 hours 17. I think I'm going to also take a recess. See you guys a little bit later. Timmy? Yeah, Timmy does need a walk. Okay. Okay, so they're still on recess. I'm going to continue. I'm going to resume with that video that I put up, which is about the way Rush Production went about hiring a armorer. So let's go to that. Let me just do this. Ready? Let's go.
Says it all, doesn't it? Armory experience not necessary. It's becoming very clear just how urgent staffing these final crew positions was becoming. And interestingly, Alec Baldwin used the word urgent in his ABC interview, where it felt kind of out of place and didn't seem to make complete sense.
And what's really urgent is the gun wasn't meant to be fired in that angle.
So, what do you think? Was that a Freudian slip? That brings us to the fourth point. What was driving this urgency in the movie industry? The pandemic has slowed down many industries, airlines, restaurants, but also movies and movie production. Think about Top Gun Maverick. Filming was completed 2 days early on June 17th, 2019. It's almost 2.5 years ago. And they were hoping to release the film on July 12th, 2019, less than a month later. For reasons unknown, it was held over to the summer of the following year, with a release date set for June 26, 2020. In other words, slap bang in the middle of the pandemic. Then Paramount moved it 2 days forward to June 24th. Then the film was pushed back to December 23rd, 2020. It's been repeatedly postponed ever since, with November 19th this year being a more recent release date.
So have a look at the quote on the screen. It's an actor's responsibility to do what the prop armorer tells him to do. Isn't that passing the buck? Isn't that Alec Baldwin saying, I'm just a little actor here. I must do what she tells me to do. Do you think she felt that way in a production where he's the producer and he is Alec Baldwin and she is who she is? So anyway, let's continue.
2.5 years later, Top Gun still hasn't been released. The next release date is early next summer in America, May 27th, 2022. Other big Hollywood fare have seen similar delays, including Black Widow, starring Scarlett Johansson, which saw its release date delayed 3 times over 6 months. Black Widow went on to set a quote-unquote pandemic record, but also faced a lawsuit from its lead actor. Spider-Man No Way Home, which released just a few days ago, was originally scheduled for a summer release this year and was delayed twice before its release in December. And think of
So basically what I'm trying to convey here is just how chaotic the film industry was. You know, if the pandemic caused chaos in the airline industry, I think it caused chaos pretty much everywhere. But particularly hard hit were airlines that were completely shut down and also movie theaters that were completely closed. And to some extent Hollywood. And so the movie industry tried to find little exits, little back doors to try and keep the shows on the road.
Think about it, these are all Hollywood tentpoles, big budget films. So the industry itself is in a kind of disarray, a kind of chaos. But within difficulty lies opportunity. And streamers were hoping to get a foot in the door by shooting smaller, low-budget flicks, while Hollywood lost its mojo.
So can you see what's really going on here was streamers wanted to cash in. Streamers saw, and I mean, I felt it also on YouTube. I know that it was during the pandemic that the Gabby Petito case became interesting, but it became such a phenomenon because a lot of TV was shut down, movies were shut down. And so that is why there was this rush to cash in, was because the movie industry, the traditional movie industry, was so hamstrung. So can you see what is the incentive driving this urgency / recklessness?
Rust was one such film, and it was never intended for the big screen. According to the LA Times, quote, fueled by generous tax credits and streamers hungry to produce new content after production delays due to COVID-19.
Okay, so you just heard Adam Montgomery found guilty on all counts. Is that a big surprise? I mean, didn't he confess? Anyway, so there you have the underlying driving force. Tax credits, streamers hungry to produce new content, production delays due to COVID-19. And so there's kind of this mad rush. There's this kind of traffic jam from these small little operations to make these little movies. And Alec Baldwin was part of that. And so what was the result of this situation? This boom strained the New Mexico hiring pool. And so there were only so many armorers to hire from. And by the time Rust got its act together, there weren't really any decent armorers left.
Producers have flocked to New Mexico. The boom has strained the New Mexico hiring pool, leaving an insufficient number of experienced union film workers to staff all the productions clamoring to hire, end quote. And that is really the vibe that has been going on. Productions clamoring to hire, right? And trying to find experienced film workers, and they're not enough. And so as I
Again, I think that says everything. The Rust production were in trouble before anything, before they even started. They were kind of behind. And so look at what they say: we are in a bind and need someone to start props immediately. And normally you would want a period where you can get yourself organized and a little bit of time to make yourself familiar with what's going on. And I think what made it so much harder for Hannah was she kind of had to hit the ground running. She didn't have the luxury. This wasn't a production like many other productions. This production was different in that it was particularly chaotic, particularly urgent, particularly crazy, and that makes the stress on someone who's inexperienced that much more extreme, doesn't it?
Say within this difficult period, you had certain players coming forward, and one of them was a Santa Monica-based lender called Bonded Media Capital. And they've been particularly active, according to the LA Times, during the pandemic, stepping in to fill in gaps as independent filmmakers struggled to find backing, struggled to find financing for.
Looks like we're back. So just FYI, I took Timmy for a short little walk. It's pitch dark outside. There's a power failure, and I'm glad I knew that because my battery that's powering this live is 10% away from being drained. So hopefully it'll carry us through. It's a good thing I turned off the air conditioner, otherwise my local power probably would have gone out as well. Yes, we're waiting for the jury. This ought to be a really interesting trial because so much of the evidence is likely going to be video evidence, including from the captured by the production company. Quite an empty house. Even fewer people in court now after the recess. You can see it's a much smaller courtroom than the one in Connecticut. And this one has got multiple camera angles.
The bailiffs have asked me to remind you to wear your badges so that they know whether you're press or public.
Does it look like there's a little slight bit of green or yellow in her hair? That even though her hair's brown, doesn't it seem slightly green at the top? Or is it just a light? Well, I wonder whether we shouldn't let's give it another minute. Hi, Deborah. Good to see you. Ron says, I guess they've got badges. I think the power will last, but it is going to be fairly close.
Are we ready? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you're
Yeah, there are a lot of outages. I should be protected from them because I've got my own solar system. It's a good thing she's not wearing a bullet necklace. Probably would have been in bad taste. Can you see there's a kind of a green tint to her hair? Slight green tint. Yeah, they come.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you. I will, as a request from counsel, I remind anyone that's going to be called as a witness in this case is not to be viewing this trial live stream on Court TV. Thank you.
A lot
Shall
of
we continue?
interesting characters
Thank you.
in this courtroom, right? Interesting folk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We think we have this worked out now. We've managed to work a bypass through the system, so we're going to plow forward. Oh, it's off. Better? Thank you. We're going to plow forward. I'm going to start the video from the beginning. We only got about a couple of minutes in, and I know there was a lot of start and stops, so I'm going to start from square one with you all. Officer LaFleur is back, and we're going to pick up with the video.
You got your atomic kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. This stupid new truck. Are we inside with the PDMs?
Every time the jury's in the room, the audio and video fails.
Where's your IT?
Seems
We
like
sent him to
they're
get an
struggling with
Bluetooth
technical
speaker so this
issues.
one doesn't run out. The problem is that there's a compatibility issue with the video app and the court system. So we can play this video just fine on our computers and it never freezes. But when we connect to this, we get a freezing problem. We'll try it. Let's try it again. I did that.
I don't know if the defense are too pleased with this. The same thing is being played 3 times. She's been charged with involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. Alina. Involuntary manslaughter.
We're going to try it again. It's not up there.
Okay. Here. I was in the middle of it.
I'll take care of it. This is me.
Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the BDMs?
All right, officer. What? Explain to us what you're getting out of your truck.
In the beginning, from the passenger seat, it's a trauma kit. And then from the back of the truck, it's a bag full of other medical supplies, to include a BVM, the bag valve mask system, and to help with CPR.
Okay, thank you.
We need where you at? A seal. You have a seal? A seal? I got a sterile glove and a packing glove. Right here.
Are you going to there? It's over there? Yep. My head is on it. Talking? Where's that? Right shoulder. Stop. Oh, we're going to get you up on the side.
Where she shot it?
She came in here and went across her chest. And came out the back and went into the head.
You want air flight?
Yeah, we all went in route.
Okay. 32 Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
Are you using your Apple still? That's what the question is.
We are, and we're about to disconnect from the Apple and get on a Windows Surface Pro.
Okay, that's because I was asking if there was a computer that you all could use in the courthouse. And if you're using the Service Pro, then that's okay.
Okay.
Apple versus Windows.
Yes. Okay, stay on the phone.
Do you want me to try to find a computer?
No, we got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, it's day one. On day one, there usually are a couple of gremlins and glitches. A good prosecution would have tested all the equipment beforehand. And it's one thing to do this in a setting like this. It's another to do it on camera with how many people watching? Well, a couple of thousand people watching. As far as I know, if Alec Baldwin is found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, I think he faces something like a maximum of 18 months in prison, and more than likely it'll be a suspended sentence. So I guess it's how it looks. So I hope that's answered it. It's a sentence of around about 18 months.
She came in here, went across her chest, and came back. And then you want air flight? Yeah, we got one in route. Okay.
32 Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach. Requesting air flight.
Okay, officer, who are you speaking to when you're on your radio?
Whichever dispatcher was on the radio at the time.
Okay, great. And what information generally are you providing to them?
Patient update and any additional services I'm in need of.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay.
32, I got just Santa Fe medics.
So I just want to pause for a second. You know, like if you say what did someone say? Elizabeth said, you won't face any consequences. To me, it's more about this. If you behave in a way that is possibly unacceptable, reckless, and somebody dies, should you be allowed to just kind of shrug your shoulders and say, I don't know what happened, and then walk away? And to me, a sign of a decent society, a sign of a conscientious, moral society is one that says, even if you didn't intend to murder that person, even if it's not so serious, and if you were the person killed, I'm pretty sure you would say, I think it's quite serious. Or if you were a family member of the person that was killed, you might say, I think it's quite serious. And by the way, a friend of mine was ridden over while he was riding his bike, and I don't think the person intended to kill him, but he was nevertheless killed. I feel the absence of my friend. His wife feels the absence of her husband. Their children feel that absence. And to say, oh, well, because it's murder, we should maybe not pay really any attention to it. I think it's very important for Hannah to be in a court and to plead her case, but also to hear what other people say, and also for the community to hear that. Equally for Alec Baldwin, I don't think it's sufficient to go onto ABC News and say the gun fired itself. In other words, when somebody dies, surely, and I'm not saying when anybody dies you must have a trial, but when somebody dies and mistakes were made and rules were broken and there was a degree of recklessness and probably also dishonesty somewhere along the line, something that wasn't completely ethical, something that wasn't completely altruistic, something that wasn't right, then maybe you need to answer some questions. Do you agree?
Santa Fe, both approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female. Who do you need read here? No, please. You want a BBM?
All right, officer, I believe I heard you ask here, do you need a BPM?
BVM, it's the back valve mask that I referred to earlier.
Okay, thank you.
He's good. He's got this is repeat your information. Yeah, she'll be good.
Gabby, you just make sure nobody else comes in.
Do you have an ears, man? You have a stethoscope?
Yes, they're in the back.
Did you hear that someone said, Gabby, can you make sure no one else comes in?
All right, officer, are these your arms that we can see holding that yellow BVM?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury exactly what you're doing here?
Well, in the beginning, you can see I'm making sure that there's airflow coming through, and then I orientate it to correctly fit over her nose and mouth. And at this point, the bag isn't needed because there's an oxygen supply going through. So I'm just holding it there so she gets accurate oxygen levels.
Okay, thank you.
Is anybody allowed to go with her? No.
Helena, deep breath, Helena. There you go. Deep breath, Helena. Deep breath.
Be okay. Good girl.
There you go, good girl. Deep breath. Entrance is here. Exit back here.
No.
What do you guys need? I just need another dog tag. Something for pressure. Let's take a big one.
This one? This one?
No.
This one? Underneath the shoulder blade, coming through.
What's that item you just unwrapped?
Look like a surgical gauze bag.
Okay.
Got a stretcher? Yeah.
Not me here, no.
Okay. Let me help you get the stretcher.
So that groaning in the background is, I think, Joel Souza. So it wasn't only Alina Hutchins that was shot. After the bullet exited her, it entered Joel Souza's shoulder, and the projectile lodged into his shoulder. And you can hear him groaning.
Stretcher. Pay attention. Yeah. So here's priority number one. Okay. Let's clear all this. Right. We got air flight around.
Not on me here, but you can do it on there. Helena?
This is Helena Hutchins. What's that? Okay. I got the air patty. Thank you. I'm gonna slide that extra right there. Sit all that out. I'm not gonna do that. All right, see for you. So we're gonna need to get her going right away. So we got it through and through on her. We went through and through.
Who is the gentleman that just walked into the frame?
That would be Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, and was he your supervisor?
He was a supervisor that day, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
To the test, and then you got one.
So you heard him saying, and it went through and through. So just not to put too fine a point, Helena was basically shot point blank. Basically an arm's length from the end of the firearm, right? Basically about 60 centimeters, basically point blank. And the bullet went right through her. And after going right through her, pierced Joel Sousa's shoulder, causing him extreme pain. So it still had a lot of energy in it. Having gone right through a person's body, it then penetrated someone else's body. And it had to be surgically removed. Okay, come.
One in the arm over there.
And I believe I heard you say that she got a through and through to her, and you got one in the arm over there. What did you mean?
That the female had been shot and had gone through her, and the male who was laying there had been hit in the arm, shoulder area.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stops. Okay, roll back. Roll over to the other side. Take over through.
So I think at this point, Joel Sousa is being loaded onto a stretcher. He was taken out sooner because he was stabilized. And then Alina was still treated for, I think, another 10, 15, 20 minutes because her condition was much worse and they were struggling with her.
Okay, can you keep your eyes on me? You know where the hurt is right now. You know what side to start All right, we got some stairs, guys. Go stairs on the first step.
So I don't know if you noticed that Hannah seemed to sigh and closed her eyes quite slowly there. It's possible that Hannah's seen this footage many, many times already. And I don't mean to sound insensitive, but, you know, it couldn't hurt her case if she showed some emotion. She showed some emotion at the time. She doesn't seem to be showing very much emotion here.
Disconnect there. You got it? Hey, can you take over that? 32 Santa Fe, what's ETA on the bird?
All right, I believe I heard you ask here, what's the ETA on the bird? This may be an obvious question, but would you explain to the jury what you're referring to when you're asking about the bird?
About how long the helicopter air flight was going to take to get there.
Okay, thank you.
We got the bird right here.
So you can hear the helicopter in the background. Now, I must say I'm not clear on this. Was Joel Souza also airlifted from the hospital, from the church? As far as I know, the answer is no. As far as I know, there's one helicopter, and Joel was taken in an ambulance. But I could be wrong.
This was in the middle of a shot, and I have live ordnance on the ceiling up there. It's safe. Okay, but it is here, right above here. Okay, right there. That's okay. And the people that get to the point, you say you want to move. All right, I'll haul my guys. Okay. Where's the bird? It's right here. Okay. We got approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm. Went through all the way to the back left. Can you carry this back, please, sir? You got it? This was priority. Let me try again. Sorry about that. Have any of you been in a situation where you were perhaps in a car accident, or you fell at home, or something happened where you were treated by emergency medical services, loaded onto a stretcher, the stretcher loaded into an ambulance?
Anyone go through an experience like that? So Lynn Lippy says yes. It's pretty terrifying because you realize that it's a kind of once in a lifetime, if you're lucky, experience. It basically means shit is happening. It basically means that your life is somewhat at risk, either very much at risk or somewhat at risk, right? And it certainly happened to me. I was in a car accident where someone else was driving, and I ended up with basically a hole in my knee. It looked like a volcano. There was just a lot of blood, and I ended up getting, you're driving with someone in their vehicle, and the next thing, well, whatever you plan to do, that's off. This happened, I think, on Easter Friday or something, and it just ended up being go to the hospital, and it ends up being that's your whole day, and the next day is just hospital. It's not something that I'd recommend to anyone. It's pretty terrifying. It must be even more terrifying if this is a one-way trip. If you don't know, but you are in and out of consciousness, and this is actually a one-way trip through no fault of your own. And I mean, when I went to the hospital, it was because someone else was driving, and they drove into another car. It was no fault of my own. Sorry to hear that, Elizabeth.
Guys, just get a couple IDs. They're not sure whether they're IOs or not. You open your eyes for me. Yep, there. Look on the IO, not go around. That's it. I'm not going to have you guys step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We have to gather everybody up.
So it sounded like someone said, "Will you open your eyes for me?" That seems to be trying to keep Alina conscious.
Everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
Can you explain to us a little bit about what you're doing here?
Trying to stay busy, trying to organize and think ahead of what we're going to need. Telling people that are just obviously that we're there to corral in one area, to wait for the next steps.
Okay, thank you.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
Did she go in the bird?
No, not yet. They did an IVs, did an IO, and then they're going to take in the bird.
They're coming out like this house?
They're moving it from this one. Yeah.
So can you see what's happening? The helicopter's there, but they daren't take her right at this moment to the helicopter because they're still trying to stabilize her. You know, she's got a very serious injury. She seems to be losing consciousness.
Whose jack is that? Joe's. Okay.
It's got his phone, it's got his bloody.
Okay.
It's got his phone, it's got his
Okay, well, we're gonna just keep it here. So, his phone? Yeah, he was wearing it. Well, where's his phone at? I don't know. There's no phone. Anybody have to? All right, gentlemen. I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the investigators to get here. Okay? Okay, cool.
All right. Why are you asking these folks for their IDs?
Because it was apparent they were in there when I got there, and they were still in there when I went back in. They could have been possible witnesses and people I need to, or not myself, but people who need to be talked to.
Okay, thank you.
Outside, wait for the investigators to get here. Okay? Okay, cool. And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her.
Okay.
All right. You hear them mention the props guy being a female with green and purple hair?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to identify who that was?
Not me personally, no.
Okay.
Not at the time.
Okay, thank you.
I thought the props guy was a guy.
I was here when it happened.
You were here when it happened?
Yes, sir.
Who else was here when it happened?
The camera operator.
His hands up on pocket. How many people do you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4? Okay. So 2 more other than you two?
So does that sound accurate? 3, maybe 4. Do you guys want to look at that image again of Rust in church? How many people, do you think it was 3, maybe 4 in the church? Does 3, maybe 4 sound accurate? How many people do you count here? So if there are 2 victims, let's say 2 victims plus 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there are at least 2 other people plus the people over here on this side. So I would say it's more like 8, maybe 10. Was that a truthful statement, do you think?
Reed, as soon as I see him, he's the camera operator. Reed, yes, sir.
Okay, who else?
Reed Russell was here. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger.
Alec Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Where's he at?
Can you help me find him?
Okay. How's it going, sir? So my understanding, you were in the room when the lady went.
I was not with the gun, yeah.
Okay, alrighty.
What do you need?
Well, I know your name, so it's
Just leave that, okay?
let me give a.
All right. You indicated you already knew what his name was. Can you identify this man for us?
Alec Baldwin.
Thank you.
I want you to hang out, okay?
Whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. All right, give me just a sec.
All right. Thankfully, that's where the video ends. At least the portion we're going to watch today. So after you spoke to Mr. Baldwin, what did you do next?
I believe one of the people I named in my report, I can't remember which, who was able to give me names and people who were in the room during the incident. And I did my best to find those individuals and kind of corral them all into one area with the resources we had.
Okay. Talk about that a little bit. What resources did you have on hand at this point in time?
At this point in time, there was only 3 deputies, to include myself, lieutenant, and a corporal.
Okay. And approximately how many people were you needing to corral?
At that time, it was unknown, but there was the numbers were not in our favor. So, a couple hundred people were there. total on the whole scene.
Okay. And do you have an approximation of how many you ended up kind of corralling off?
I think maybe 10 without looking at the report. But.
Okay. Once you had the folks corralled, what were your next steps?
As more resources got there, we just trying to figure out where they're going to take all these people, how we're going to get them there, where they're going to start conducting interviews, because we're out in the middle of nowhere, essentially.
Okay. And was that pretty much conclude your involvement that day? Once you had everybody corralled?
Yeah, just the rest of my involvement was keeping people corralled and then staying with people as they were changed out to be interviewed, and ultimately was in one of the trailers.
Okay. Okay. We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. There you go.
Good afternoon, sir. How long have you been working as a law enforcement officer when this happened?
Going on 4 years.
4 years. Had you ever been to a homicide scene before?
Nothing as complex as that one, no.
Okay. And you've received some additional law enforcement training since this incident after you went to work at the Santa Fe Police Department, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that a primary goal for you as the first responding investigator would be to identify and preserve evidence?
I would have to disagree.
Okay. Explain your disagreement, please.
My primary role is life before evidence, to preserve life.
Well, in an emergency like this.
Investigate and preserve evidence.
Okay. And we saw you helping with that. Thank you for your efforts there. After that was done, what steps, if any, did you take to identify and preserve evidence?
What limited capabilities I had at the time, judging that it was only 3 of us on scene. Tried to gather information as to who was in there, and keep them all in one area.
Okay. And you would agree with me that in the initial stages of a criminal investigation, it's important to identify and preserve evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And we heard on your lapel video, as life-saving efforts for Miss Hutchins were being made,
Take care, Terry.
that your
Thanks for
lieutenant
joining us.
very loudly declared that this is a crime scene.
Yes.
You heard that, right? So at that time,
You need to say yes or no.
Yes.
okay. So at that time, you guys should be thinking also about identifying and preserving evidence, right?
To a point, yes.
Okay. Now, would you also agree with me that it is important to identify witnesses to a crime or potential crimes and take steps to preserve the value of their testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that you do that is by avoiding what's called witness taint. Would you agree with that?
If you're referring to separating the witnesses, yes.
Okay. And that's one way that you make sure that witnesses' memory and perception of event doesn't become influenced by someone else's, right? You can
Yes.
make sure that they're not able to talk to anyone else.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your training and investigations, you're aware that taint can sometimes be accidental or incidental. People are sharing their recollections about an event. Have you been taught that?
Yes.
Have you also been taught that sometimes witness taint can be purposeful? For instance, if people were to talk and say, okay, we're going to get details X, Y, and Z correct. And I'm not talking about this case in particular, just in general, your training. Have you been taught that?
It's a possibility.
Okay. You've been instructed that it's a possibility.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why it's important to separate witnesses so that can't happen.
Yes.
Okay. So, in your testimony, you indicated that you were corralling the witnesses. What exactly does that mean?
With limited space and area where it happened, just trying to keep everybody in one area. It was a one building surrounded by a bunch of movie set equipment. We're very limited on back seats. There's only 3 units there. So.
Okay. You didn't corral them in the church, did you?
No.
Okay. It looked like there's a lot of open space there. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Could you have told?
Did you notice the prosecutor said something like, we're not going to play any more of the video, I think, like, just yet. But he kind of said, thank goodness, because obviously Helena's condition deteriorated, right? Did you notice that he just sort of added that point?
Told the people just to go stand, somewhere under some shade apart from one another?
I did have them stand in the shade, which is where they were at.
I guess what I'm getting at is, why didn't you have them separate? Why do you have them stay together?
Again, there's only 3 officers on scene at that time. I'm trying to keep them all in my sight.
So it's the typical defense argument. So who is unprofessional in this story? Who didn't do their job in the story? Hannah or the officer? Who wasn't professional and didn't do something and that led to someone's death? Or was it the officer who didn't do something and that led to someone's death? Hi, Joanne.
Close proximity.
Okay. Did you tell them not to speak to one another?
I did ask them several times to stop talking. And
okay. Did you hear that on the video that we just watched?
No, that video is redacted. It doesn't show the whole length of the body camera.
Okay.
I must say I don't really appreciate that. Either he said don't talk to the others or he didn't. The lawyer seems to be inferring that that's not true. From the body cam that I've seen and listened to, it's actually is recorded when they are sitting outside the church. There's even an instance where they say don't talk to one another. But I mean, do you think movie stars and whatever are going to listen to a cop, or are they going to think that they're more important?
Did you identify who all was in the church?
It's my recollection from the report I did,
Okay.
based off of the script writer who's in charge of who's in the room, like camera-wise and actor-wise.
Wasn't it 11
What
people?
individuals were inside the church when the shooting happened?
My memory's not that great to name everybody individually.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, you read a report in this case, right?
Yes.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection as to who was in the church?
Yes.
All right, I provided you a copy of your report. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, I'm reading 12 different names, but
12.
All right, who all was in the church?
I'm going to butcher these names, but Sergio Cinto, labeled as a chief lighting technician. Duran Curtin as a costume. Ross I don't want to say last name, but I guess his title would be Dolly Grip. Mamie Mitchell, which script supervisor. Matthew Himmer, assistant chief lighting technician. Joseph Zelo, key rigging. David Halls, first assistant director. Reese Price, key grip. Thomas Gaddy, special effects coordinator. Roman Gaddy, special effects key. Lucas Husak, special effects technician. And Alec Baldwin, actor.
Thanks. Judge, can I retrieve mine? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you need to look at the report again, let me know.
I'm not sure if I've seen that very often. The lawyer handing his laptop to the witness and saying, well, read this off my laptop. Definitely quite unusual, I think.
All right. I heard on the lapel video, initially you were told 3 or 4 people were in the church.
Yes.
All right. After hearing that, what did you do?
Tried to figure out who exactly was in the church by asking several different people and eventually ending up with that list.
Okay. And you ultimately crowd all those individuals together?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your testimony that there was no other way to have them situated, that they had to be together?
No other way, but that was the way they were placed.
Okay. And would you agree with me that ideally that should not have happened in this case?
I mean, if you're Monday morning quarterbacking it, ideally we'll be able to place handcuffs on everybody and separate them individually in each car. But with limited resources and
You hear the defense attorney sighing, deep sighing.
All right. Do you recall giving a pretrial interview in this case?
yes.
Okay. Now, in your interview, you mentioned the benefit of hindsight. You kind of approached that topic, talking about Monday morning quarterbacking. Looking at the case now, with benefit of hindsight and your additional training, is there anything else you would do? Is there anything you would do differently?
There's quite a few things I would have done differently.
What things would you have done differently?
Separated everybody further apart.
Doesn't it seem like he's now being put on trial? I mean, that's the kind of question maybe you should be asking Hannah. Is there something you would have done differently?
Attempted to get everybody's disposable cuffs, collect phones, stuff like that.
Okay.
Collect phones is a big one.
Actually told my investigator you do the scene completely differently.
Yes.
All right. And
now, if you think about it, just to give the officer a little bit of benefit of the doubt, they Sorry about that, guys. I really don't understand what's going on. It's some kind of internet issue with this PC. The other one in the other room is on. I don't really understand what's going on, but anyway, we are back. It's the first time that this has really happened. It's got nothing to do with power. It just seems to be internet that is blinking. I don't know whether there's some kind of worm going around worldwide, but anyway, I'm actually going to just quickly check that while we watch.
One of the reasons you would do that differently is that you're now aware of the valuable evidence that can be found on cell phones.
One of the reasons would be the more training that I've received and experience.
Okay. When you approached Mr. Baldwin, was he on his phone?
Yes.
All right. After you spoke with him, did you tell him to stay off of his phone?
I believe so.
Okay.
Not in that video, no. But
did you take his phone from him?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you take his phone?
I must say that's probably one of the biggest boo-boos in this whole thing is not taking Alec Baldwin's phone. He ended up keeping it for months. You know, he still had it by January. The incident happened in October. You had the whole of November going by, the whole of December going by. Not that was definitely not a good thing. But I think I was saying this when, touch wood, when the signal went out. Bear in mind, they don't know that what's going to happen here. You know, it's like you come to a family and they say our child is missing. You don't know what the situation is. You don't know that the child has been murdered or whatever. In this situation, you don't know whether Alina's going to die, and also you don't know whether it's going to lead to a court case. For all you know, it was an accident. For all you know, it was what did Alec Baldwin call it? I can't quite remember the word, but something is placed in the round that can also cause an injury. So for all they knew, it could have been that. And so to make it all even more difficult, there's this whole crowd of people running around. How many are really trying to help you? How many are trying to hinder what you're doing?
During that portion of my career, I wasn't, I guess, knowledgeable on the fact of what cell phones provided and the availability to detain and secure people's cell phone devices.
Okay. Aside from the witnesses speaking to one another, was there anything else that was happening on this movie set that could have affected what they told investigators later about what they saw?
I'm not too sure. Could you rephrase that?
Yeah. As we sit here today and having looked at your video and hopefully having done some prep for this trial, is there any other thing that you can think of aside from the witnesses being corralled together that could affect the statements that they gave to investigators?
Other than being placed apart and separate, I don't think.
Okay. Do you recall an attorney who was present at this movie set?
I do remember somebody claiming to be an attorney for the movie set. I don't
Okay.
remember her name.
And she specifically identified herself as an attorney for the production company?
Yes.
All right. And what was she telling people?
I can't remember at the time.
Judge, it goes to, do you want to argue here or approach?
It doesn't matter, whichever you all are more comfortable with.
Judge, goes to the effect on the listener and what he did, and that it's highly relevant, but it's not offered literally for the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, I'd have to see what it is. Approach.
So it looks like something is going on in the world. Look at this. AT&T customers hit by widespread cellular outages. That's an hour ago from Associated Press. Mobile telecommunications outages reported in several US cities. Well, I seem to be experiencing some kind of outage related to Wi-Fi here in South Africa. Pretty weird. Wonder what is causing it. Elizabeth Hannah is 26 years old, 26, 27. She was 24 years old in 2021 when the incident happened in October. Wow, Earth says me too here in the UK. So I wonder whether there's some kind of thing. Is it a solar flare or is it some kind of attack from who knows where? Eleni says, my business was okay, but the businesses around me had no service.
What was the attorney on the movie set doing?
Speaking to people who were potentially involved or asking them what they seen, I believe. I didn't really hear all the conversations she was having.
Okay. Have you ever been to a crime scene where an attorney shows up and starts talking to witnesses before the police do?
No.
Okay. And would you agree with me that talking to a legal representative of some entity, in this case the movie production, could that have affected the statements that the witnesses gave later to police?
There's a possibility of it, yes.
Okay. Why did you not take steps to stop that from happening?
Because I wasn't the one investigating them individually, right? Reading them the Miranda rights at the time.
Were you aware that this was a problem at the time as you observed it?
Not at the time, no.
It's something you've become aware of by virtue of your training now?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, officer. Do you need a warrant to search a phone?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And did you have a warrant on this day?
Judge, objection. I talked about seizing the phone, not searching it. Those are very different concepts.
I can rephrase.
Okay.
Did you have a warrant to seize the phone?
No, I did not have a warrant to seize the phone.
Okay. And was it your job to get a warrant?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Have you ever been to a crime scene with 200 witnesses before?
No.
Okay. And
That's a good point. I must say this prosecutor's on his toes, isn't he?
have you ever been to a crime scene that was on a movie set before?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. This witness is excused. Next witness. Thank you, sir.
So I would say that the state could maybe have started perhaps with a different witness. I don't think this guy was terrible, but I do think they could have possibly started with a more experienced. You start your very first witness. you want someone who's credible and reliable and so on. And I thought he was an okay witness. He is a little inexperienced, and to some extent, the state is being measured by their witnesses. So I probably would have started with a different officer, but then of course they are using, I guess, his body cam, which probably we haven't seen, but maybe that that kicks the case off with the required impetus. So I guess that's another argument.
The next witness the state calls is Tim Benavides. He should be on his way in. Chat.
So I don't know what is causing these outages, but here are a couple of possibilities. Sun releases 2 strong solar flares. Powerful twin solar flares erupt from sun. A sulfur and outage spikes across US. Solar storm to hit Earth today. Well, that was a month ago. So it does look like it could be related to something extraterrestrial. Pretty interesting. So I'm off the hook. Thanks. I'm not to blame for that.
Let's see. So this gets connected in here.
I think this is Benavides.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Hang on just 1 second. Give us just 1 second. When we switched computers, get that. Here's the drive. Sir, how are you currently employed?
I am not.
Congratulations. Why are you not employed?
I retired from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office in July.
In July, okay. And how are you employed on October 21st of 2021?
I was a lieutenant with the Santa.
So do you remember in the Doulos trial, I remarked that there seemed an unusually large amount of cops that had just elected to retire. Yeah, you've got another one. Do you think he's at retirement age?
Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, day shift commander.
Give us an idea of your background and experience in terms of your law enforcement experience.
I did 20 years with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, going through the ranks from deputy to lieutenant.
How many years?
20 years.
And did you have any law enforcement experience before going to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I did not.
Okay. And how did you become involved in the incident on October 21st, 2021 at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I was a day shift commander. We had gotten dispatched to the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
What did you think you were being dispatched to?
Dispatch advised that there was a accidental shooting with a prop gun.
And what did you do when you received that information?
Due to the nature of the call, I activated my lights and sirens, and I proceeded to the movie ranch.
And tell us what you saw when you arrived. What was going on? Describe the scene to us.
Coming upon the movie ranch, there is security. The movie ranch is quite large. One of the security guards at the time told us that to follow him in because it was quite large, the movie set. As soon as we got to the movie set itself, it was chaos. There was people.
So just to give you guys an idea, I've been to the gate. I've stood outside the gate of the Bonanza Creek Ranch. You can't actually see the set from the gate. So, in other words, as far as you can see, there's not the set. And that gives you an idea how big it is. Also, when we were there, we drove up kind of a hillside, and only from the top of a hill could you sort of see a few little structures sticking out in the distance. So, it's not like you just open a gate and the set's right in front of you. It's sort of tucked in a little bit of an envelope of landscape that's sort of undulating in the distance.
People everywhere. Deputy LaFleur was already on scene. I didn't know where he was. And I was being directed to the makeshift church.
And sir, did you also have a body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And did you run your body-worn camera?
From the time I activated my lights to head to the movie ranch, it was activated.
So is there a fair portion of your body-worn camera that is you driving your car?
Yes, there is. I was on the other side of the county of Santa Fe County when the call came in. So it took me, I believe, 16 minutes to get to the call.
And after you arrived on scene, did you make contact with anyone?
With the security guard, and then myself and the corporal at the time, Corporal Alderete, we made contact at the church.
And was Corporal Alderete there before you?
I believe me and him went in at the same time.
So prior to you and Corporal Alderete arriving, was it just Deputy LaFleur?
Yes, it was.
So was there a way to effectively separate the witnesses at that point in time?
There was not. With 3 deputies on scene. We were trying to, at the time, find out how the victims were in the church. And fire personnel was telling us for help to land a helicopter. So there was no way at the time. We were trying to corral everybody and keep everybody corralled as much as possible to as witnesses.
So do you see the conundrum? The conundrum is this. I mean, how often do you come into a scene where I don't want to say it's a murder, but how often do you have a scene, a crime scene, where the people are still there, and you've got to keep them there, but you've also got to separate them, and it's not just one or two or three people, right? Now that's really the conundrum: is you've got to make sure somebody doesn't run away, that someone doesn't just slip out of the group, and at the same time you need to keep the people that are present, but there's so many of them that it's almost like a little bit of a football stadium, right? Somebody mentioned 200 people. So how do you separate 200 people? I mean, honestly, how do you separate 200 people that one person can't talk to another one? Do you create like a large snail and basically have people say, I'm shouting, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Okay, move further away. Okay, I'm shouting, can you hear what I'm saying? Okay, no, I can't hear. And then you create this massive field of people with not social distancing, but sound distancing. Okay, now they can't hear one another. You know, if they're 2 or 3 people, that's fair enough. But if as soon as they're 10, that's almost impossible. 20, also impossible. I wish I could show you some of those crime scene images with Rust and Baldwin sitting opposite the church. I don't know if I can find it here, but you can just see how many people are in that one shot. I just want to see if I can find it for you guys. It doesn't look like I'm going to find it very quickly. But do you get the point that I'm making? There is a little glimpse at what he's sort of getting at. So as I remember, I said, you know, when you get to the gate, okay, it looks like I've got to be a subscriber for that. When you get into the gate, you don't see anything up to the horizon. Well, that is what you're presented with. Just want to see if I've got a good... Yeah, I can't really find the image that I'm looking for. I've got it in my mind. I just don't have it at hand. Anyway, let's continue.
Was one of the primary focuses helping the injured people?
That was our main focus as soon as we found out that we had enough fire personnel working on the victims. Our next thing is to find out where the gun's at.
And is that what you tried to do?
Yes.
So this is just a little glimpse into how many people are on the set, right? I think you can get a little bit of a sense there, just how many people are on the set. In terms of immediately after the incident, there's another image that's not a very good one. There's one that I've got in mind. I just hope I can source it quickly. Can't seem to find it. It's where Alec Baldwin is sort of smoking and is sort of on a phone call, and everyone's sitting together. But anyway, that gives you an idea just how many people are around. How do you separate people like that? And you can also see just how many firearms are in that shot, right?
Sir, have you had an opportunity to review the footage from your body-worn camera recently?
Yes, I have.
And I would like to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 2. And permission to publish.
States to is admitted, you may publish.
And we are going to start this video at 16 minutes and 5 seconds so that we don't spend 16 minutes watching him drive to the scene.
We're going to secure the.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I did find that image. It's this image here. Let's go back or forward slightly. Right. There you can see they're sitting and they're kind of being monitored. I'm not sure why this is there, but you can see they're sitting side by side. This is a little bit of a pavilion full of people, and they don't have unlimited officers. So how do you, separate all of these people? And here's another, just to give you an idea how many people are here. Right, it's a lot of people to separate. They're your witnesses. Quite a few to kind of move through. Okay, let's listen.
Film and all the crew members. Okay. Cool. I have like 200 people out here, so. Alrighty, let's see if. Yes, I already called for them.
So I think the reason why the cameras cut away is that they don't want to show Helena in distress. It is really for privacy reasons, for reasons of decency.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the film secured by whoever's in charge of the.
Mr. Benavides, we heard you give some instructions to that lady. Do you remember who that lady was?
I do not remember who she was.
Did you get an impression of whether she was someone in charge or not in charge?
I did. She was talking to Corporal Alderete. I figured that she had to be somebody important, a director or something.
And why were you telling her to do all these things?
I think I was telling the corporal,
whoever
was in charge, and I think she rose her hand, and then I directed to her.
And what are you talking about in terms of securing the video? Why would that be important?
Well, I saw video behind them, and they said they were filming.
As you sit here today, are you aware of whether or not there was actually a video recording of the shooting?
I don't know if there actually was. I never found out.
And you were not the primary detective on the case, is that right?
That is correct. I was not.
At this point in time, other than providing aid to the people who've been shot, what's the most important piece of the evidence that you're concerned about?
In my head at that time, I was thinking.
So I must say, this is one of the closest we've ever come to, I wouldn't say ever, but this is coming very, very close to a crime being recorded, right? And so, I mean, you literally have these recordings very close to the time, before the time in terms of the production, afterwards by law enforcement, but you're coming perilously close to the crime actually being recorded in actual movie footage. And it is possible, if the juggling of ammunition was done in a different way, that when Alec Baldwin actually fired, that it would have been captured in movie footage. And then one wonders, if that had happened, what would have happened? Would that footage have mysteriously disappeared? What would have happened? Would that footage have been absolute smoking gun evidence of innocence, or absolute smoking gun evidence of guilt?
Thinking about where the gun was.
Can I please get back down, get them the hell with a helicopter? Yes, Hey, I need pictures right away.
Why are you asking for pictures?
Trying to preserve the scene as much as possible. I know I'm wearing my body camera, but I'm trying to preserve everything I can.
On this particular scene, was that easy?
It was not.
Where's the props guy? Where's the props guy at? You want the job? We need to make sure that they're taking care of business. What else do you need there, Chief? What's my radio? It's just here. Thank you. Clear the gun. Where is it?
Why are you asking for the props guy?
I think it was more of a guess to find out where the gun was.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the gun.
And did you hear that person screaming in the background?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who that person was?
Joel.
And why was Joel screaming?
Because he was shot, from what I saw.
And the gentleman who is standing right in front of you on the video screen there, do you recall your interaction with him?
I don't, other than the video. He just offered his services trying to find the props guy.
Okay. He's a guy there that tried to help you.
Yes.
Okay.
Where is it? It's not here.
So that's Dave Hall's.
There's one there and there's one there. That's none of them. Okay.
What happened there?
I believe he's a director, and he took me to a cart, to a gray cart, and there was 2 guns on the cart. And he told me that those weren't the 2 guns used in the church at that time.
So not the gun you're looking for.
Exactly.
So, so you can see here, this is the vehicle that they want to load one of the injured parties into, and I think they do end up loading the director, Joel Souza. They load him into this vehicle, and Helena afterwards gets taken to hospital by helicopter. I'm not going to show you the inside of the church. Let's just continue. So it looks like that could be another ambulance coming down there. Can you see how it's like, where is the armorer? In this moment right now, where is the armorer?
You're in charge, man. I need to know where the gun's at right now.
Armor, I need to know where the guns are at.
You can hear the helicopter in the background.
How do I know this is a gun?
There you have, there's Hannah. And a very interesting question here is the fellow who's with her, is that just a fellow crew member? Is it a paramour? I don't know if that's the right word. Is it a boyfriend? Is there a romantic interest? Is he just there right now? Did these two fraternize at all, on set, off set, or whatever? Another question that's been kind of a mystery is there were rumors of plinking. Are those rumors true? If they are true, who was plinking?
Where are they at?
So what's quite interesting here is Hannah has the gun. So something that we don't see is Alec Baldwin, I guess, leaves the church. As far as I remember, he said he put the gun on the pew and left, which would be dangerous in itself. But it does raise the question, how did Hannah end up with a gun? Did she go into the church and collect it? How did she know to go into the church to collect it? Did Alec Baldwin tell her? How did she know about, how did she get the gun?
Do you know what discussion you're having? What are you asking about?
I'm asking about the gun, if that was the right gun used. She told me yes. And then she's talking about the ammunition.
Okay. Was the ammunition readily available right there?
It was not.
So the helicopter is just over this guy's shoulder. You can hear it. It's just like in the background. That's it there.
Mr. Benavides, why did you let that gentleman with the hat on go collect the rounds or the cart or whatever it was he said?
I had 3 deputies on scene. I was taking care of the gun at the time and the props person. I had 2 other deputies trying to control their part of the scene. I was keeping my eye as much as I can on the person going for the ammunition.
Did he bring something back to you?
He brought me the gray cart that originally that we had gone and we were looking for the gun that was used. That was the gray cart that he brought back.
And you saw that cart previously because the other gentleman walked you up to it, right?
That is correct.
And he said that's not the car.
So when this
Remember.
gentleman brings you the cart, does it appear to have been...
Objection, leading.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Did it seem different when the gentleman brought it back to you?
Sustained.
How did the cart look when it was brought to you?
The cart looked the same to me. it was in disorder. There was still 2 guns on top of it.
Yeah, that's not it. The one.
But what did we just see you do there?
I cleared the gun and I secured it in the front of my unit.
And what does it mean to clear a gun?
I was making it safe for myself and for the crime scene tech or a detective that.
So, this is pretty incredible. The officer is so well trained that he instinctively does what Hannah should have done. The first thing he does when he gets the firearm is he makes it safe. It's automatic, it's instinctive, it's common sense.
I would look for it, look at it after I secured it.
Did it have any ammunition in it?
It did not.
Well, no ammunition in it. That's interesting.
What did you do with that gun?
I secured it in the front of my unit and I locked the door.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so. Are they okay?
Hey, Santa Fe, we need more units out here.
Huh? I've never been inside a door. Oh my God.
Can you hear her talking in the background? She's saying, I've already been yelled at, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Stephanie. Here comes the cart.
Is this the cart you spoke of?
That is the cart that I originally was taken to by the other gentleman. Same cart.
So, okay,
We got rounds here.
okay, now, so this is the one I'm pretty sure. That's the one. And okay, sorry.
You're okay.
Sorry.
Just relax. Just relax.
So scared.
You're all right. Just relax.
So here's the box that I got them out of.
Okay, put the one right there. Put the one right there, okay? Relax. I just need you.
We saw you take something. What did you take?
They were 2 white boxes of rounds that the prop person, Hannah, said that these were the rounds used.
And this person that you took those rounds from, the person that's right here in the center of the video screen, is that Ms. Guiterrez?
Yes, it is.
Do you see Ms. Guiterrez sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you just go ahead and point her out and tell us what she's wearing for the record?
She's wearing a gray jacket and a white top.
And also, just for the record, where is Bonanza Creek Ranch located?
Bonanza Creek Ranch is on the southern end of Santa Fe County. It's off the frontage road, I-25 frontage road.
For the record, state of New Mexico.
In the state of New Mexico.
Thank you, sir.
Just relax, okay? I just need you to relax. Just please relax, okay? Just take deep breaths and relax. Can somebody get water for her?
What do you make of Hannah over here? She suddenly, now that the prop cart is with a police officer, now she suddenly seems to be falling apart. You saw her a few moments ago and she kind of seemed okay. But now she seems a little like she's falling apart. Do you think that is, how can I put it, sort of play acting, like being dramatic? Or do you think it's suddenly dawning on her what has happened? Bearing in mind, isn't it obvious? A shot went off, emergency services are here, and now they're asking for her. And now she's with the police and the prop cart's here, and Dave Hall seems to be sort of supervising everything, doesn't he? Do you think, as an armorer, as someone who works with firearms and so on, do you think she wouldn't realize how serious it was? A helicopter's just landed. Police officers are all over. Ambulances are all over. The production has been completely stopped, and there are a lot of outside folk with lights flashing coming on. But she's only at this point. Remember, it took about 15 minutes for this officer to arrive. Only at this point is she seeming to be a bit distressed. And she complained a few minutes earlier that someone was shouting at her. That seemed to be a primary gripe.
No, the helicopter's here for her. Yeah, no, the helicopter's here for her.
Is she fucking, where the fuck are these entry wounds? Is she okay? Can somebody tell me anything?
I don't know anything. Right now, I don't know. I'm just trying to secure everything.
Mr. Benavides, do you know why the helicopter is still there?
The helicopter, in my experience, lands and they try to stabilize the victim before they fly him out. The victim has to be stable before they fly him out.
Can that sometimes take time?
Yes, from my experience, yes, it takes a little bit of time.
So just a little news report from Stephanie. The defense in the Doulos case are expected to rest tomorrow. And I'm not sure whether the Doulos case was really worth watching today. Someone said that Mishi ended the day in tears. Apparently there was a memory expert who couldn't remember anything. I did watch some of that. It was a lady from Irvine, California. So not much of a defense that they're putting up, as I kind of predicted and expected. Francesca said Mishi was crying at the end of the day. Well, we'd like to see what that was all about. If there is a closing, if they do rest, I will show you the closing arguments. That would definitely be quite important.
Need to know before I start getting information. She's the armor. Who are you? I'm the production designer. Okay, thank you. And you? The production. Okay, thank you. I won't remember your names. I'm sorry. You're fine. You're fine. Can somebody get him water?
Yes, he did. Oh my god.
Do you remember where those boxes of ammunition are right now?
Yes, they're on the.
So there, Dave Hall seems to be overwhelmed and then shepherded away.
Left side of the cart on a piece of paper.
And
Also interesting that Dave Hall's has got his mask on you can't see what he's saying, but it's very conscientious of him to have his mask on.
Are you keeping an eye on them?
I am.
And you saw what they... Did you see them when she handed them to you?
I saw them. I know what they physically look like, yes.
Thank you.
My name is Shannon. My husband and I own a ranch.
Okay, my name's Tim.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so, yes, I mean, I'm not worried about the insurance, I'm worried about her life, so.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
That's
so,
what I'm saying.
so,
No,
no.
no. What can I do to help?
We are bringing a whole lot of units here because there's a whole lot of people here.
Yes, we're trying to clear them out.
No, nobody's getting cleared out. Everybody is staying where they're at.
Okay.
Okay, we're trying, that's what's so difficult. We're trying to hold everybody where they're at.
So that's quite a interesting comment there from the lady saying we're trying to clear them out. So he actually needed to say to her, whoa, 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 whoa. Anyone who's cleared out, get them back here.
Okay, what I'm gonna have you do is sit in here, okay? You're not arrested. The door's gonna stay open.
Did you hear what she said? Am I getting arrested?
Since you're the armor, they're gonna wanna talk to you more than anybody, okay?
And then did you catch her starting to cry there? You hear the right? I don't mean to state the obvious, and I don't mean to sound mean, but Hannah seems to care a lot about herself. When she's in trouble, she's upset. I'm a little bit surprised when she's watched this whole incident that she's been able to do so with a fairly straight face. Because you can imagine it's ruined her whole life. This one day has probably ruined her life and changed her life to a large extent. You wouldn't think so looking at her face.
Mr. Benavides, why did you ask Ms. Guiterrez to get into your truck?
With the scene being so active, and her being the armor, I couldn't have her walk off and lose her. So I put her in my unit. As you heard, she was not under arrest.
So can you kind of see how the priority from law enforcement is to secure the armorer above all? Because it's a prop gun that went off, and it's not like someone's private firearm. A prop gun went off and 2 people got injured, seriously injured. And who's responsible for the prop guns? Quite simple. Who's responsible for that firearm? And so it's quite simple. The law enforcement officer goes there and he finds the person responsible and secures the most important witness. There you have it.
They just needed to talk to her.
Can you describe the inside of your unit?
Yes, it's caged from the middle of my unit. My windows are caged up also, and you cannot get into the front of my unit at all.
Not even if you're sitting in the back?
Not even if you're sitting in the back. You do not have access to the front of my vehicle.
Can I please have that water? Yes. Oh my God.
Just relax. Okay? I'm just trying to, there's a whole lot of people here, so I'm trying to secure everybody.
You want me to come with you?
You can stay right here with us.
Stay right here with you.
You can leave the door open. You don't have to do anything, okay? Hey, to the bed.
So did you kind of get a sense that Hannah was sort of okay until it looked like she might be arrested. Then suddenly she was really concerned. And it kind of seemed okay despite everything that's happening. But then when the minute she's sitting in a police officer's vehicle, suddenly waterworks, suddenly she's very upset.
Do you remember what you're saying there?
I believe I was telling Corporal Alderete to put the yellow tape to the med truck, I think. Or I was asking for a med unit to come and check on Hannah.
Understood. And why would you ask for a medical unit to come check on Hannah?
The way she was pretty much hyperventilating, and I didn't want her to pass out, and then we have a bigger problem.
Okay.
Santa Fe. If I could have a unit head to St. B's, we got one shot in the shoulder. That one's going to St. B's. The helo just landed, and they are trying to get that other 41 stable. So if I could have somebody go to St. B's and its other subject.
What is St. V's for people who don't know that short name?
That's St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
And why are you sending a unit to St. V's?
For one, for logistics, to help the detectives find out how the victims are doing.
Let me also ask you this. Is there potentially evidence to be collected?
Yes, there is. Clothing, stuff like that. Yes.
Anything else you can think of?
Maybe the projectile still in them. I don't know.
Okay.
I hear that a lot, and I must say I find it a little upsetting. Anyway, I'm not going to say much more than that.
Yes, ma'am.
Turn the radio in the truck down?
No, not at all. I'm sorry. I didn't even step up.
There's the gun.
I got people there with Alec Baldwin, actor. He's the one who pulled the trigger. Yeah, he's gonna have to sit back. I have the armory in here. All their stuff. The news is in there, and I got the two people that were in the room. Okay. No, we know where he's at. We know who he is. Yeah. We just need to stay. Is he in a trailer? Okay. All right. So try to keep him away from everybody. Not to talk to anybody. That's fine.
Mr. Benavides, tell us what that conversation was about.
So Deputy LaFleur and I were conversating on what we have. He was telling me who the shooter was, and who he had over there. He had more witnesses. And what we were talking about, because there's 4 of us now, there was another deputy that just showed up on scene. We were trying to keep everybody separated, so they wouldn't talk about the case.
And is there a specific person that you're talking about keeping separated?
Alec Baldwin.
Thank you.
Production card. If you get all the director, get a production card. Is it? Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, okay.
just trying to. Let me know.
Looks quite windy, right?
Right.
Hey, so, Alec Baldwin, who pulled the trigger. I have the weapon, I have the ammo, and I have the armor. Pretty much, they don't touch it until they.
Can you imagine being in his position? Can you imagine just if you can wave a magic wand, you're a police officer, and the next thing you are at a scene and someone says to you, okay, the guy who pulled the trigger is Alec Baldwin. You need to take charge of the situation. The guy who pulled the trigger is Alec Baldwin. How are you going to respond to that? Or you're going to get a little bit of wobbly knees, maybe.
The director was going over the shot, going over what was going to happen in the set, and she got shot in the chest. And then that's what it sounds. I don't know. We do have insured, but there's like 200 people here. There was four people in the room. There was 4 people in the room, and 2 of them were shot.
So there's already quite a lot of misinformation if you're paying attention. He says there are 4 people in the room. Well, actually, there were 3 times that number. There are 12. Also, he says she was shot in the chest. Actually, she was shot under her armpit.
Okay. 2 shots. 141 in the chest. The other male shot in the shoulder. We do not, right now, we do not, everything is so fluid.
Mr. Benavides, do you remember who you're talking to?
I believe I was talking to Lieutenant Michael Martinez. He was the lieutenant of the Criminal Investigation Division, the detectives. And I was briefing them over the phone what was happening.
Why would you do that?
Because this goes straight to him and his detectives. So I was trying to brief him of what equipment he might need, how many personnel he might need.
Did you say the situation is very fluid?
Yes.
What did you mean?
It is an active scene. There's still people walking around, still people trying to get into the church. They're just people everywhere. But it is a high profile with Alec Baldwin. I think this is original. All right. Do you want to talk to me, sir?
Alec is gonna smoke a cigarette. He'll sit in his own car. That's his view.
I'm not sure what just happened.
You may be seated.
So I wonder whether footage of Alec Baldwin will be permissible, the body cam.
All right. Are we back on?
Yes, we are on the record.
All right. Mr. Benavides, let's go ahead and just watch the last few minutes of this video for completeness, okay?
Okay. So right now I do have the dummy rounds, the armor, and the gun secured. Okay. Yes, I grabbed her right away. She was and we did secure the film. We do have the film secured. They'll have to go over with the product and all that, but that's going to be later down the line, I guess, or whenever. But everything was getting filmed. Okay. The helo's still on the ground right now. I don't know. They're still working her. Just working. It was a check. Did we get a crime scene lock for Fuentes? Did we get a crime scene lock for Fuentes?
So can you see the helicopter is still there, even though what you're seeing with Hannah is happening, what you see with Benavides, the helicopter is not moving and it's still where it is, because this whole time the emergency medical services are struggling to stabilize Helena. They're trying to save her life. And don't be misled by this. It looks like a static situation where nothing's going on. Actually, for Helena, these are the last moments of her life. These are the last minutes of her life, basically ticking away.
Did you see the helicopter there?
Yes, I did.
Any idea why that helicopter is still there?
Like I said before, they're still trying to stabilize her so they could fly her out.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you ladies doing okay?
Yeah, just waiting on your green light.
Yes.
I'm to be getting wherever it is that people are being interviewed.
Okay, that's not gonna be on us. The detectives are coming.
Okay, so it's not begun yet.
What's that?
The interviews have not yet begun.
No, I have nothing. We just secured the armor.
Okay.
We secured the gun
Okay.
and the ammunition.
Okay.
That's the only thing we've done.
That's the only thing that's happening right now.
Yes, and then we are getting all the information, all the people that were looking.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go check on the victim. And then
I thought you went to hospital.
no, she's still here. They're trying to stabilize her. I will let you know how she's doing.
Thanks.
I know you guys are concerned, so I'm gonna let you guys know, okay?
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, sir? Hey, Doc, is there any way I can put the air conditioner on for you guys? Okay.
You guys have a direct?
She's stable. Okay, thank you.
What information did you get right there?
The female, Helena Hutchins, was stable, but in critical condition. They're stabilizing her so they can fly her out.
Thank you, sir.
So what you couldn't see there, although you could see it in the live feed, was Joel Souza in the bed of the ambulance. I think it's actually a fire truck, and he's being attended by like 3-4 EMS staff. That was actually him inside the ambulance. I think I'm not sure if Alina was. I think Alina was in the church at that time. I could be wrong.
Yes, right through the chest. What's up, Chief? Sir, what's taking so long? They're trying to stabilize her. Then we have the medic in there from the med, and they're trying to stabilize her. It looks like I just asked. They said they're trying to stabilize her. She's critical. So, yeah, you know that.
No, I know. Just sometimes
Sorry about your blues. I know you're at the
ceremony. Yeah.
That could actually have been Alina in the ambulance, trying to stabilize her there. I saw a lot of plastic, and I would imagine what they're trying to do is exert pressure. When I say plastic, almost like plastic transparent balloons around this area, the chest area. Anyway.
Thank you. Yes. Sanchez! Where is everybody? Where are they?
She's here. And one of the guys went to the back. This Russell guy.
I need everybody right here separated. I thought that's what the corporal told you. Get everybody here separated. Nobody leaves.
All right. One guy already went to the hospital. That was his best friend. See the one that's falling? Yeah. No, he was here. Who's your supervisor? Get with her.
Nobody, get everybody here. Nobody else leaves. Sanchez. Yes, everybody. Yes. Yeah, that's why I was calling for more units because we have people everywhere.
Was that discussion regarding a witness who left?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if that was a person who was inside the church or just a person who was working on set?
I don't remember. But like I said, the scene was active and we're trying to keep people together, but this one person did get out.
Thank you.
That's actually not true. I've seen live cam of Joel Souza being loaded into the ambulance. So, and I've also seen footage of Alina in the live cam. So it's not actually the case that they wouldn't show it. And right now they actually showed some footage of one of the victims. Isn't it amazing how different this trial and this footage is to the leafy green, luxurious, comfortable surroundings of those mansions in Connecticut? Very different, right?
Need it open? It's open? Yeah, and you can get a clipboard. Okay, so she's stable but critical. They're trying to stabilize her so she can get on that helo. Okay, so that she is alive but critical condition, and they're trying to stabilize her so they could be comfortable when they get on that helo. Okay.
Okay, but I will give you, if you see them taking up to the helo, that's a good sign, they stabilizer, and they're gonna fly her out. Yes. Okay. Anything else? I'm gonna find you guys. Okay?
Yeah, no, please do. We'll be here. I have another question.
Okay, you'll see the detectives are on unmarked cars. They're gonna come in a crime scene.
So I do wonder who this woman is talking to on the phone. I wonder whether it might not be Alec Baldwin, because he, of course, was talking on the phone during this period.
Okay, and when they get here, I'll give you the lieutenant and, okay?
Thank you.
And I'll hand them over to you. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of this footage, you can't see it so clearly here, but Alec Baldwin is sitting sort of over here in this area, and with some other people. It's on this side. He did smoke a cigarette at some point around here.
She doing okay? He was inside the. He was inside. Yes. What kind of car? If you get a car right here, or a watcher, because as soon as the detective get here, no, I understand. Okay, so if you get another car, I asked her. That's why I asked her either. Okay. I just wanted her in one place. I didn't want her to pass out. Get small down. No, I understand. Okay. So if you get another car, all right.
Do you remember what that conversation was about?
I believe that gentleman was asking if they could move Hannah from the back of my unit to a vehicle. She was not under arrest, I guess to make her more comfortable.
And what was your response to him?
I said, sure, as long as we could see the vehicle, I was gonna post a deputy with her.
Is that the end of your video? This video anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Someone says, I expect Alex was on his phone to his wife. Well, I think that was one phone call that he made. What about the others?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Mr. Benavides, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 61, and I believe there's no objection to its admission. We'll do 61 and 62. No objection to the admission to 61 and 62.
61 and 62 are admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Sir, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Have you seen this photo before?
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
That is the driver's side of the inside of my unit, and it has two white boxes.
What are those boxes?
Those are the boxes that I secured from the gray cart into my driver's seat.
Did you take this picture?
I did not.
Who would have taken this photo?
Our crime scene tech.
So would you have left the boxes there in your car until the crime scene tech arrived to take a picture?
That is correct.
Anything change about these boxes?
No.
I just zoomed in. Can you tell us what you see there on the label?
Yes, it says 45 long Colt dummies.
Do you see something there in the middle?
It looks like it's initials.
Okay, and it's okay if you can't make them out, but you see what I'm
Yes, right under the N.
right there?
Yes.
Okay.
JS.
That was State's Exhibit 61. Oh, it was the zoomed in, sorry. This is State's Exhibit 62, what we just looked at.
If you had to ask me, who would Alec Baldwin have been calling at this point? I think the answer would be, in order of priority, probably his lawyer, but probably also people on the production staff. Remember, he's basically in charge of the film. He may have given instructions, but he may have also wanted to be appraised of what they know, what they found out, what's happening, right? And then Ilaria, I think, would also, so it would be quite a few calls. I really hope they show the footage of the officer speaking to Hannah, asking her for a name, where she comes across quite sort of lethargic and resigned.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness. Sorry, I just unplugged it.
Cross-exam.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you agree with me that the identification, preservation of evidence is important in a crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Sorry. Judge, if I could have George's help.
I think it's the same thing he said to the other officer.
Just need to hook into the HDMI. All right. And why is that important?
Where's your part? It's important because the scene is important also, and the preservation of evidence is needed.
Okay. And why are those things? Oh, sorry. How did you do those things in this case?
The best I can, the best I could, due to the evolving scene that was happening.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to your lapel video here. You had testified, sir, that you had 3 deputies to work with?
In the beginning, Deputy LaFleur, myself, and Corporal Derete.
All right. And additional deputies did arrive, right?
They did.
All right. Do you remember when they got there?
It seemed like a long time. I would say within 30 minutes.
All right. How long have you worked with the Sheriff's Department before you retired?
20 years.
All right. In the cases that your former agency investigates, do they keep dispatch logs?
Yes, they do.
What is a dispatch log?
Just something that comes over the radio and our dispatcher types it out. That they feel that's important.
All right. And the time that an officer is dispatched to a scene is always noted in that log, right?
I believe so.
And their arrival time is also noted, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any objection to the dispatch log being admitted?
Let me visit with you about it real quick.
Sure. Page.
Slow down a little bit. Okay. All right, yeah, no objection. No objection.
All right. Judge will offer the dispatch log as defendants, specifically the first 2 pages of it, as defendant's exhibit A. Sir, what are we looking at here?
Just a minute. Any objection to defendant's A?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may submit it and you may publish.
What are we looking at here, sir?
It looks like a crime dispatch log. Sorry.
Okay. And I've highlighted this entry here. It says Unit 32. It's got an employee ID. Description arrived that's 14:02. Would that be 2 p.m.?
That'd be 2 p.m. Yes.
All right. Is that Deputy LaFleur?
I believe so. If he was Unit 32, I believe he was Unit 32.
Okay. And I know it's been a while and you've retired, but do you remember what your unit was?
Unit 8.
Unit 8. All right. So you arrived at 2:20?
Yes.
All right. Now there are on this dispatch log 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other units noted as arriving right around the same time as you. Are you sure you only had 3 deputies to work with at that time?
All we had was 3 deputies. I don't know where 6'3", 6'5". That was 14, 18. That was 18 minutes later.
You see, he's trying to undermine the officer's credibility, reliability, trustworthiness, right?
Then I couldn't tell you about the misprints, but I know when I got there.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. There was only 3 deputies, and you could see by my body worn camera that I only had 3 deputies.
Okay. I don't want to take more of your time, being retired and all, and jury's time. We watched your whole video. You did see additional deputies come onto your lapel, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. After those deputies arrived, why couldn't you have separated those witnesses with the extra manpower that you had?
So I was still processing the whole scene at the time, and I was trying to direct them where I think they needed.
Okay. Would you agree with me that it's important to separate witnesses?
Yes, it is.
Why is that important?
Because you get witnesses telling stories, what they saw, and then they start getting mixed up when the witnesses start talking.
So it can affect the integrity of their observations.
That is correct.
Okay. And George, I just need to stop publishing for a minute. Council, I've got a couple exhibits I'd like to introduce. If you wouldn't mind coming up, I can show them to you.
Okay, well, I must tell you guys, regretfully, I'm gonna have to bid you guys adieu. It's past midnight here. I'm not prepared to sort of stay up late and mess up my whole sleep cycle because I'm in a training cycle. I ran today, earlier today, I swam as well. So I'm probably not going to be here much longer than another half hour. If you're enjoying my coverage and you've got a couple of super chats ready, fire away. I'd love to see who the next witness is. So hopefully this guy can get through sooner than later. Let's see.
So what's as far as securing the scene, you use crime scene tape, right?
Yellow crime scene tape that's issued to us, yes.
All right, and that's this tape here?
Yes.
All right. Why do you guys use crime?
So that's a pretty cool zoomed in shot. Alec Baldwin is actually sitting over here. And I think Doug Hall is with him. And there's some footage where there's a whole crowd of people over here. But I don't know if you remember the photo I showed you earlier. Well, there's with the one officer, there's the other officer, and Alec Baldwin is sort of on his phone. Do I still have it? Let's have a look. Let's see if I've still got that.
Filmed during this public.
There it is. So what you're seeing over here, there's Rob Hall. There is Baldwin on his phone. There are two officers trying to monitor the situation. And
Crime scene tape.
that's what you're seeing from over there.
We use crime scene tape to secure a perimeter.
Why is that important?
The integrity of the scene.
All right. If the perimeter is not secure, why is that a problem?
People could go in and out. They could take evidence, bring evidence.
Okay. Who figured out where to put this crime scene tape?
I believe it was Copa Alderete and Deputy LaFleur.
Did you give them instruction on how to do that?
I don't believe I did. I think we were just trying to secure as much.
I just want to deal with this quick question from Elizabeth. Believe it or not, live rounds are actually used to teach actors with firearms what it actually feels like to fire a real live round. In other words, it's to show them the sort of ricochet aspect and also to deal with the loud discharge, right? And so you do want to sometimes use live rounds to help an actor pretend that fake rounds are live rounds. So that could be what it's for. The other thing is for recreation. You can imagine between all these takes, you might say, I actually feel like shooting some live rounds. Let's go and do some target practice. And because you're sort of playing with guns all the time, so you might want to take that a little bit further. Thanks a lot, Deborah. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Much as we could at the time.
Yeah, no. So obviously you would not have live rounds in a film set, but what I'm trying to say is, the question was, what were live rounds used for, or what are live rounds used for? There isn't actually a use for them, as you heard the one officer saying that. Thal Reed had actually had his actors practice with live rounds, not on set, but that is what they potentially used for. Okay, and then thanks a lot, Barbara Jett, appreciate that.
Have people go in and out of the scene.
Okay, and how did you determine, I guess, what the scene was?
Well, we knew the scene was inside the church where the Joel and Helena were.
Okay. And one of the things you want to do when you're establishing a crime scene, when you put up the tape, the perimeter, you want to make sure that all the important evidence is within that perimeter, right?
Yes, we tried to, yes.
Okay. Do you see that black tent in the background?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you remember walking up to that black tent on your lapel video?
If I do, I don't remember, but I do remember seeing a black tent up there.
All right. Judge, I've discussed this with counsel. I'll admit two excerpts of the lieutenant's lapel as defendants exhibits G and H.
No objection.
All right. Defendants G and H are admitted. You may publish.
I wonder if these are public defenders.
Actually, I got a little ahead of myself.
Tim is very tired.
This
He's
is
sleeping at
back
my
to State's
feet.
Exhibit 1 here.
There's the gun. Where is it?
All right. Do you think that's the same black tent we were looking at a moment ago in that photograph I showed you?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
All right. And to the left of that tent, there's a white truck. Did you see that in the previous photo as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you guys look in that truck?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I don't think.
Does anyone know what that white truck is? Thanks a lot, Earth. Appreciate it from the UK. Earth is going through a little bit of a tough time at the moment with the solar storms.
I think we had a reason to.
Okay. And back to this photograph here.
Does anyone know what that truck's function was? Right? It was the prop truck.
Would you agree with me that the white truck is outside of your crime scene tape perimeter?
Yes.
All right. And here is another photograph of Mr. Baldwin. Can you see on the left-hand side here? Is this the same white truck we were looking at before, or is this something else?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But do you have any doubt at all that the white truck was outside of the crime scene tape?
Yes.
You have doubt about it?
No, I mean, it was outside of the crime scene tape.
Okay. All right. And if evidence was in that truck, its integrity would be compromised, right?
I don't know if it would be.
Well, if access to it isn't cut off, the things that you described earlier in cross-examination
yes,
could happen. People could be putting things in there. People could be taking things out of there, right?
It could happen, yes.
Okay. And how long did it take you to get to this scene? Like after you were dispatched, about how long did it take you to get there?
I believe 16 minutes.
Okay. And this is in a fairly remote area, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you or any other sheriff's deputy be able to attest as to what's going on here at this movie set before you actually arrived?
No.
All right. And that's because just you weren't there and you don't know.
That's correct.
Right? All right. I'll direct your attention, sir, in this photo to these people standing over here. Is that where the witnesses had been corralled by Deputy LaFleur?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know I had instructed him to separate the witnesses, but I don't know where he separated them.
Okay. Do you know who else, if anyone, was keeping an eye on these witnesses?
I believe when deputies arrived, I had told Deputy Sanchez and Deputy Frederick Trujillo.
Now, we've been talking about the importance of evidence. How long have you been in law enforcement again?
20 years.
20 years. So you're very familiar with how to properly collect and preserve evidence?
Yes.
Please tell us how that should normally be done, collecting physical evidence.
Either have the evidence stay where it's at and make sure it's secured.
Thanks a lot, Elizabeth. I'm sure Timmy will appreciate that. So just to be clear on how ridiculous this is, how can I provide an example? So I think one can almost provide two examples. One example could be in the Koberger case, and there are not that many people in that case, more than usual, but still not that many people. Where is the beginning and end of the crime scene? Is the crime scene right round the entire house, or is the crime scene also the road that goes right round the entire house? Or does the crime scene go even beyond that to where the Ring doorbell, whatever the camera is? Because you can always make the argument that the crime scene extends beyond the crime scene tape. I don't want to be silly, but if you have a shooting event, you're right. Where is the beginning and end of the crime scene? Let's talk about Sandy Hook, for example. Should you put the crime scene tape around the entire school, or should you make like a figure of 8 and the crime scene is Adam Lanza's home and the school? And if it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, what we're dealing with here is a big movie set with 200 people in it. I wouldn't be surprised if the crime scene is just a church, and there's a primary crime scene and then there's a extended crime scene. So I think you can always make the argument that doesn't the crime scene extend beyond the crime scene tape? Yeah, probably there's a vehicle that's beyond the crime scene tape, and in this case there was. Vehicles move around. But the fact is that they did secure the scene with crime scene tape. I'm just saying, this guy's trying to find any way to argue and undermine with the officer. And, you know, the reality is this is a really difficult crime scene. And it's difficult even to say, well, is it a crime? Wasn't this just an accident? Isn't this a bit of overkill, everything that's taken place? Can you imagine if Alina survived? Would there still be charges? Would there still be a trial? What do you think? I would think that there should be, but even Alina might say, you know what, let's just get this movie going. You know, let's get it done.
Or if on a scene.
Because I mean, Joel Souza, who survived, he didn't press charges because he knows it's probably not good for his movie career to sue kind of colleagues, right? So I don't know whether Alina would have sued herself if she survived. I'm just trying to think of another case. The JonBenet Ramsey case, they put crime scene tape by her room, her bedroom. Shouldn't they put crime scene tape around the whole house? Then you say, no, what about the garden? Because there might be footprints in the snow. Okay, right around the whole garden. Can you see what I'm saying? It's definitely not an exact science. Can you guys think of any other examples?
Like this fluid, I grabbed the weapon and the rounds that were used, and I secured them in my unit so they would be secured.
Okay. And you've testified cases other than this one, right?
A couple.
Couple? 20 years, only a couple?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the concept of chain of custody?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
So when I secured my secured the weapon and the rounds into my unit, I was the first chain of custody, which I was the secure of the evidence, and then it went to our evidence tech.
Okay. And you want to maintain that chain of custody and not have any breaks in it, right?
That is correct.
So what I think is quite cynical about the defense is guess where Hannah and Sarah work in the prop truck. And so the prop truck is part of the evidence that could be held against Hannah. Bearing in mind, guess where Hannah was supposed to be to prepare the firearm for Alec Baldwin? In the prop truck. So you now make the issue not what happened in the prop truck, but you didn't put crime scene tape around the prop truck. So whatever happened in the prop truck regarding my client who actually works in the prop truck and did or didn't do something, well, then she's off the hook because you didn't make sure that the thing is secured. I'm just saying it's a cynical way of defending your case by undermining somebody else. Another way of looking at it is, weren't all the officers just trying to get people sequestrated so no one had any business being in the prop truck? Is there any body cam showing someone going into the prop truck?
Can you explain to the jury what a break in chain of custody is?
So for instance, there was a penny left here and I took custody of it and I left it here and I walked out. Nobody was here securing the penny. Then I came back, so the penny was insecure.
And that can be a problem because pennies look like one another.
Yes.
And you don't know that it's the same penny.
Correct.
It could be, it could not, right?
Correct.
All right. In this case, you had a gentleman collect the prop cart for you. Should you have done that yourself?
Of course I should have done that myself. but I kept an eye on him while he was getting it, while everything else was going on.
You'd agree with me that the prop cart was by that black tent.
Yes.
In this photograph, right?
Yes.
About how far away was that from where you're standing right here?
A good 50 yards.
All right. Could you, if someone were to pick something up off the cart or place something onto the cart from that distance, do you think you could actually see if something like that happened?
Yes, I think I could have.
Okay. I notice you're wearing glasses. How's your vision?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right. And you would agree with me that you would actually need to be looking at the cart to make sure nothing like that's happening, right?
Correct.
And why would you need to do that?
Just to make sure that he brings the cart to me.
Because if you're not looking at the cart, it's like the penny.
Yes.
Something could be, you don't know it's the same thing.
Yes.
Because you just did not personally observe it.
Correct.
All right. Judge, now I'll go to G. All right, so this is an excerpt from your lapel video, about 90 seconds. And at the start of this video, you're talking with this gentleman here and my client about the gun. I'm just going to play this for you, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Good.
Well, that's his client. Okay. Oh, did he say, and my client?
Rounds I gave you?
They're on the cart.
Are they? Who would you give them to?
I gave them back to you.
I gave.
I'll get them.
No, these are extra. Yeah, that's not it. The one.
That's why it's not going to be the first entrance, it's going to be the second one. But in between. Okay, boy.
All right, we've gone 42 seconds. From the vantage point that you were looking at, could you have seen this cart?
Yes.
Do you see it on the video?
Well, the video's pointed because the video's on my chest. So
Good
the video's
point.
pointed straight, but my head's looking at the cart.
Okay.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so. Are they okay?
Hey, turn the video off. We need more units out here.
Huh?
And inside the building.
Oh my God. Okay, I already got the first
All right, so now your torso would be pointing, if the cart's over there,
It's
maybe
pointed east.
in that direction, about 180 degrees from the cart.
Yes.
Did you have visual contact of the cart at this point in time?
Yes.
Did,
I was looking at Hannah and I was looking at the cart at the same time because she was moving around. So I was looking at her and I was looking at the cart.
all right. It looks like you turned around there.
Yes.
Were you looking at the cart before you turned around?
Yes. I was looking back and forth, back and forth. My video's pointed straight because it's on my chest.
So this gentleman here,
So, in the officer's defense, in that whole bringing the cart down, do you think someone sort of ran next to the cart and then ran away again? or do you think the person who collected the card is going to a police officer and, oh, he looked a while, quickly put that into my pocket? You know, but you can understand it from both perspectives. On the one hand, the officer is looking probably quite often towards the cart, and perhaps a couple of times he breaks line of sight. But you know, people don't move as fast as the Flash or Superman, where if you look away for 10 seconds, someone can quickly come in and go. So again, it seems like a little bit of a facile argument, doesn't it?
He essentially is the collector of this evidence, right?
Yes, he offers his services to go get the cart. Yes.
All right. So he's the first link in the chain.
Yes.
And then you become the second link.
Yes.
So I think I know what he's going to do now. He's going to show the officer walking away from this cart. And could someone now have, again, the prop truck and the cart are quite important evidence of they're both important in terms of evidentiary value in terms of Hannah. And if you can nullify them, then you reduce the case against Hannah, in theory.
And Judge will publish little mark as Exhibit H.
Yes, so she told me which guns were.
I don't know if you can see here. Where is it?
I don't think we had a reason to.
Okay. And back to this photograph here. Would you agree with me that the white truck is outside of your? You see it on the video?
Well,
all right. That gentleman is now standing behind your crime scene tape.
Yes.
All right. Is that gentleman allowed within the crime scene tape?
No, not anymore.
What do you mean not anymore?
We secured the crime scene tape, so there's.
So can you see Hannah has got her arms folded here?
Supposed to stay up.
Okay. And are they supposed to reach over it or breach it in any way?
They are not.
And why are they supposed to do that?
Because we're the collector of evidence and it could be tainted.
Everything else the same. I'm gonna keep these like these here.
All right, what's he doing there?
Yeah, he's reaching over the yellow tape and grabbing a round to give us an example of what a dummy round looks like.
All right. Why did you not tell him, hey, don't do that?
I don't know.
Do you agree with me that that was an investigative mistake on your part?
Yes, that was a mistake by me. Yes.
Who is the deputy standing to the right of that gentleman?
That is Deputy Puentes.
All right. And he's one of the deputies that arrived at the scene after you did?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask him to start a crime scene log?
I asked him. Yes.
All right. What's a crime scene log?
A crime scene log is people coming into the crime scene and we document who's there.
Is that something that's important to do?
Yes.
Why is that important to do?
So we know who was in the scene.
All right. Why is that important?
So we could go back and the detectives could interview them and see what their involvement was on the scene.
And anyone who goes in or out is supposed to be in the log, right?
correct.
Is that guy on the log?
I don't know. I haven't seen the log.
Okay. When did you ask Deputy Fuentes to start the crime scene log?
Okay, so I'm going to jump a little bit ahead. Like I say, I can barely stay awake. I don't want to go much beyond 1 a.m. here. Let's just see who the next witness is. I'm not sure if it's going to be a cross-examination. But we get what he's trying to do, is trying to undermine the officer. I thought he did a fairly good job.
That tampered with any kind of evidence?
No, I do not.
Any reason to believe that he planted any evidence?
No, I do not.
When he reached over the crime scene tape and touched that dummy round on the cart, were you there?
I was looking straight at him. Yes.
Did he plant any evidence?
No. He picked it up, shook it, and he put it back down.
Would you have noticed?
Yes.
If he planted evidence, you would have noticed?
Yes, I would have noticed. Yes.
I'm going to go through this slowly with you.
So I've got a question. The defense seemed to be saying something along the lines of, if this officer didn't look in that direction, something could have happened. If that officer did that officer allow someone to get under the crime scene tape? But this is the issue. Number one, are there live rounds on this set? Yes or no? And please don't tell me that someone else came and put live rounds there because they wanted to get someone into trouble. Please don't tell me that someone from the crew wanted to get Hannah into trouble. They wanted the whole movie to not continue. That someone had a live round in their pocket and they planted it. Please don't tell me that. You can understand someone taking a live round and removing it from the scene. And apparently Sarah Zachary may have been part of that. You can imagine someone taking something and removing it, but not planting something, right? So this is the issue. If there's a live round on the set, then someone is in trouble. Not who put it there. When you weren't looking, did someone put it there? And please don't tell me the police officer brought the live round and put it there. So that's the first issue. The second issue then is, how did the live rounds get onto set? And this is where the defense may have a little bit of leeway to make an argument. They might say, yeah, maybe Hannah brought the live round, but you can't prove it because maybe this person had access to the cart and bumped the cart, and maybe the live round actually came from someone else. I believe that whole line of argument is immaterial, because in a more global way, you're probably going to be able to prove how the live round got there. I could be wrong, maybe not. But this is the critical area where there might be some reasonable doubt, is how can you prove that Hannah brought the live round onto the set? And I guess there are 6 different areas where that needs to be demonstrated. It's not just the prop card. There are other areas as well, but the prop card is an important one.
Can you see, even on your video, what he is reaching into?
Yes, it's a little cubby hole, and there's quite a few rounds in there.
When he shook it, did it rattle?
I do not remember.
Now, these cars that Mr. Bullion asked you about, why you don't have witnesses in these cars, do you own those cars?
I do not own those cars, no.
Do you know who owns those cars?
I do not.
As a police officer, are you allowed just to take a witness and put them in some vehicle that you don't know who owns the car?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever done that in your entire career?
No.
Sir, just to be clear, you indicated to Mr. Bullion that your video is facing one way, but that doesn't necessarily show us what you're looking at. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you have a full range of motion in your neck?
Yes, I do.
You don't have any injuries that would prevent you from doing that?
No one.
I thought that was quite well done. Are you able to do this? Yes.
Can you think of a reason that it took a while to get the crime log started?
Just how active the scene was, and it was. I was trying to get deputies assigned. You know, checking on everybody, checking on the victim. I do not know.
For the first half hour that you were on scene, did you have enough personnel so that someone could start doing paperwork?
No.
Is a crime scene log paperwork?
Yes, it is.
The gun that you put in your unit, who handed it to you?
Hannah.
How many rounds of ammunition were in the cylinder when she handed it to you?
None.
0.
Thank you, sir.
Council approach.
I don't know what that's about.
Criminal
Investigations.
investigation division. In the criminal investigation.
So I don't know about you guys. I'm finding this case really interesting. I'm already at about 7 hours. Remember, I only took that short break of about 15 minutes. It is around about my bedtime, but let's just find out who this witness is. And then we'll call it a day.
Ma'am, would you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Marissa Popple, Poppellel.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a crime scene technician with the Sheriff's Office?
With them for almost 3 years now.
And were you a crime scene investigator anywhere else prior to coming to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I was with Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida for 4 years.
So total time as a crime scene investigator, what do you got?
Almost 7 years now.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was notified by my lieutenant in the Criminal Investigations Division that a shooting had occurred and we would be responding as the CID unit.
CID means
Criminal
Investigations.
Investigation Division.
Okay. And so if you recall, approximately what time would you have arrived on scene?
I believe it was later in the afternoon that day, probably around 2 or 3 p.m.
And what's your job as a crime scene investigator or a crime scene technician? What do you do?
So I'm responsible for documenting any crime scenes, and this can be a variety of scenes, whether they be burglaries, homicides, shootings. I'm responsible for photographing any evidence, collecting that evidence, and packaging it as well.
And after you collect it and photograph it and package it, what do you do with it?
Depending on the circumstances of the evidence, I often am responsible for it getting sent off to the lab for further analysis if that's needed.
Did you send any of the evidence in this case off to a lab for further analysis?
Yes, several items were sent to the FBI to their crime scene lab.
Do you recall what items were sent?
If I can refer to my report, I can tell you what item numbers I have that were sent.
I think it's fine for you to refer to your report.
According to my report, items 1, 2, 3, 25, 26, 27, 140.
Hang on, I'm going to stop you. Because we don't speak crime scene technician, can you give us an idea of what those items were?
So these items were suspected live ammunition,
Live rounds.
DNA swabs that were collected from individuals, fingerprints that were collected from individuals, and additional ammunition that needed analyzed at that time.
Did you consider having fingerprints or DNA analysis done on the live rounds?
So I believe that fingerprint analysis was completed on the live rounds. However, the lab does not do DNA on any kind of ammunition, and that's a standard across most forensics labs.
Do you know why DNA isn't collected from basically what I'm going to describe as casings, brass casings?
It's just a very small likelihood of getting enough cells to have enough for a profile to be developed, which is why they won't do it.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting.
So you couldn't actually have them take DNA off those live rounds?
Correct.
They wouldn't do it?
Yes.
Okay. They told you no?
Yes.
Did you collect all of the evidence from the scene at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, I did.
And did you get to collect evidence from other items or other locations on different dates?
Yes.
What other areas or places did you collect evidence?
I also assisted with the search warrant that was done on the prop truck at Bonanza Creek and a search warrant that was conducted at PDQ warehouse in Albuquerque.
And do you recall when you conducted a search on the prop truck?
I believe that was the week after the incident, if I can refer to my report. The 27th of October.
And do you recall the date that you participated in the execution of the search warrant at PDQ Props?
November 30th.
And do you know who owns PDQ Props?
Seth Kinney.
All right. So let's start with some of the evidence that you gathered from the scene at Bonanza Creek. And I see that you brought a box with you. Can you go ahead and pull that box out and let's see what you've got? And yeah, do you have scissors? Oh, okay. Do you want to just leave it? Do you
So someone mentioned that she should get varifocals, the prosecutor, and I've seen in quite a few trials how the prosecutors, looks like I don't have my glasses with me, or I do. And the prosecutors use their glasses, I've found, in quite a clever way. I don't know, the prosecutor looks to me more learned when he picks up a document and then puts on his glasses, then looks up and kind of, I don't know, I just find it quite, they seem quite learned, if I can put it that way. So I think, whereas you say, you know, she should have varifocals, I think it's done in a deliberate way to make the most of the theater that is a courtroom. What do you guys think of that? What are you doing? Do you want to go and sleep?
Does it?
Yeah.
My apologies.
And did you collect this?
Yes, I did.
And where did you collect this item from?
This box was located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And was it in this condition when you collected it?
It was not.
Tell us what condition it was in when you collected it.
It was fully intact with a foam insert and rounds inside of it.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's go ahead and have a look at State's Exhibit 75. What are we looking at here?
This is the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
This is the foam insert that was inside of that ammunition box.
And when it was inside the box, when you collected it, what did it have in it?
It had multiple ammunition rounds in it.
Okay. Let's have a look at State's Exhibit 76. Tell us what State's Exhibit 76 is.
This is a 4440 dummy round.
Do you know where it came from?
This was inside the foam insert in the ammunition box.
How do you know it's a dummy round?
When you shake it, you hear ball bearings inside of the round.
Can everybody hear that?
Sorry.
Let's have a look at State's Exhibit 77.
I know what she's going to do. She's going to shake the other round just to show how kind of simple it is to check with your ears whether something's a dummy round or not.
What are we looking at here?
This is a 45 dummy round that has been deconstructed by the FBI.
And what's in the little plastic container?
So that is the ball bearing that was inside of this round.
Okay, so this is just an example of what that looks like when you take it apart.
Yes.
All right. Tell us here. Let me get State's Exhibit 78. What do we have here?
This is a 45 dummy round, but instead of having a ball bearing inside of it, it has a hole drilled through the side of it to distinguish it as a dummy round.
So when you shake this dummy round, does it rattle?
No.
And the dummy rounds that rattle, do they have holes in the side?
No.
So it either has a hole in the side or it rattles?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 79.
Do you guys follow?
Tell us what we're looking at.
This is a 45 live round that was located inside of that same ammo box.
How do you know it's a live round?
Inside the plastic cylinder is all of the gunpowder that the FBI forensics lab took out when they deconstructed the round.
Can you see that?
Yes.
I know it's hard because of the glare. There, that's a little bit better. What is that silver thing on the top? Do you know what that's called?
That would be the primer.
And is it silver or nickel?
Yes, it's silver.
State's Exhibit 80. What is State's Exhibit 80?
This was the other box of ammunition that was located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Did you personally inspect what was in that box?
Yes.
And what is that box full of?
Each of these rounds is a blank round, meaning instead of a projectile on the head, they have kind of a crimped end to them.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 81.
Totally different atmosphere to the Connecticut trial, right?
Oops.
The evidence here
State's
also,
Exhibit 81. What are we looking at?
the evidence here is also far more explicit. Why? Because someone didn't have 2 hours to cover things up and clean it up and remove the evidence. Right? When you don't have 2 hours to get rid of evidence, this is kind of the result.
This is a 4440 dummy round that was taken out of a box marked 3840.
And what does 4440 mean if you know?
That would be the caliber of the round.
So is a 4440 different than a 45?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what we marked as State's Exhibit 82. What's that?
This is a 3840 taken out of that same box marked 3840.
This is a 3840.
Yes.
That was in the box marked 3840.
Yes.
And what else was in the box?
4440s.
And where were the 3840 dummy rounds found?
I believe they were in a bag in the prop truck.
Okay. And inside the bag, were they just loose?
They were in an ammo box in the bag.
Did you find 3840 dummy rounds in any other location?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Does it rattle?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 83.
Is Hannah taking notes?
State's Exhibit 83. What are we looking at here?
This is a 45 dummy round taken from a box of ammunition located in the prop truck.
So just to respond to Mo Rama, Alec there weren't any more live rounds in his firearm, but he did have another live round in his bandolier. I've seen photographs of the inside of the prop truck, and it's incredibly messy. And I think that is another way of asking the question, is this someone who's professional, organized, careful, conscientious? Certainly, was she on the set?
I'm going to show you what we've previously looked at, that is State's Exhibit 78. And I don't know how well you can see because of the glare, but folks will be able to actually look at them. Is there a difference between 78 and 83 visibly? Can you tell them apart?
There is, can I see the bottoms of them as well?
Yeah, and let me ask you, let me back up for a moment. The box that 83 came out of, how many other rounds were in that box, if you recall?
There were 17 rounds in total in that box.
And
so another issue here is that you've got mixtures of rounds. So, you know, in a box that says ABC rounds, you've got ABC rounds, but also ABD rounds and ABE rounds. That's just showing again someone who's a little disorganized, right? Thanks a lot, Earth. Appreciate it.
what color primers did all of those have?
Silver.
And was there any other distinguishing characteristics about those dummy rounds compared to the other ones? And I'm not talking about projectile.
They all had a patine to them, so almost a discoloration, so they were made to look old.
And when you say that, are you talking about the brass was actually a different color?
Yes.
Okay. And the dummy rounds that you found, that you collected, that had that patine.
So obviously, there's not supposed to be any live rounds at all on a movie set. So, it's not for show. It's not supposed to be there at all. So the dummy rounds on his bandolier are meant to make him look like a badass, but one of them ended up being a live round. It just shouldn't have been there to begin with.
Patine to them. Did they all have silver primers?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
No, that's
Did you
absolutely
find
right.
any
That's fine.
other dummy rounds on set other than the ones that have the patine to them that had silver primers, dummy rounds?
I'm sorry, you're asking if there were any other dummy rounds that had a silver primer to them?
Other than the ones that had the patine?
No.
So only the patine colored dummies had silver primers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And just for completeness, States Exhibit 85, what are we looking at there?
This is another 45 dummy round taken from that same box that has been deconstructed by the FBI.
And we can see that there were BBs inside of it.
Yes.
All right. So prior to it being able to tell that it had dummy rounds in it without taking them out of the cylinder.
Yes.
What would a bullet do if it didn't have a primer, even if it had gunpowder inside?
There would be no reaction because there'd be nothing for it, the hammer to hit, the fire pin to hit.
It wouldn't fire, right?
Correct.
Okay. And States Exhibit 87. What's that?
So in the Doulos case, it's all about vehicles going this way and that way, this vehicle being washed, that vehicle being driven by this one, then the seats being taken out. This case is all about rounds. What's a dummy round? What is a what are they? Dummy round is the one version. What's the other? Live round obviously is the other one, but what's the third version of it? A blank, right? A blank is almost the opposite of what it is. A blank will have wadding, whatever, and then a blank might actually pop or smoke or make a noise. So a blank is a round that certainly doesn't have a projectile, but it has some of the sound and visual effects, sparking of a real live round. I'm just saying that the focus of this case is going to be on rounds and firearms, whereas in the Doulos case, it was on vehicles and CCTV picking up the vehicles moving around. Yeah, good point.
So this is a different type of dummy round that was located. It's a .45, but it's actually made as a replica round. You can see where there was a hole drilled in the side and then it was filled in.
And can you see the hole that was filled in right there?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Does it rattle?
No, it does not.
And it doesn't have a hole in the side because it's been filled in, right?
Correct.
What does the primer look like?
The primer is intact and is brass, but it does have a shine to it, almost like there was a resin polish put over it.
Is that the primer right there?
Yes, it is.
So if it doesn't rattle and it doesn't have a hole in the side and it isn't missing a primer, how do you know it's a dummy round?
So even when a live round is shaken, you can hear the powder inside of it move. So this round in particular makes absolutely no sound when you shake it.
Okay. What else do you have there? Let's look at 88, States Exhibit 88. Ma'am, when you were participating in the execution of the search warrant on the prop truck, did you locate a lever action rifle?
Yes, I did.
Was law enforcement able to easily clear it, meaning make it safe?
No.
Why not?
We were not able to unload it on scene because the firearm appeared to be jammed somehow. So it was taken back to our office for our firearms certified individuals to handle.
And do you know what kind of ammunition that lever action rifle is supposed to take?
Yes, it's supposed to take 44 40s.
And the ammunition that was taken out of that lever action rifle, did you collect it?
Yes.
And do we have it here as 88 and 89?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what we've marked as States Exhibit 89. What are those?
So these are the 3 44-40 rounds that were inside of the rifle.
And are they dummy rounds?
Yes.
And do you see any distinguishing characteristics that you can see from the outside to let you know that it's a 44-40 and not a 45?
So the 44-40s have almost an elongation to their casing area. So you can see where they slightly tighten up in one area and then continue upwards. So yes, right where you're pointing.
And did you say that you found a 45 in there or not yet?
I don't remember.
Okay. What is States Exhibit 88?
It is a 45 dummy round that was located inside that same rifle.
So what is that telling you is that there was a firearm that had rounds in it, some of which were not appropriate. Again, isn't that showing someone who's a little bit careless? I suppose you could get a armorer expert who would say, I would never make that mistake, or maybe it'd say, yeah, I've done that a couple of times.
Do you notice anything different about this dummy round than the other ones?
There is some damage done to the projectile head of this round where it was forcefully removed from the rifle.
Which can damage the...
Does a 45 caliber dummy, does it fit in that lever action rifle?
It does not fit in a 44-40 rifle.
All right. What else do we have?
I think that's the bandolier over here. So,
Is that the...
so just to let you know, it's 1:30 in the morning here. I think this trial day goes on another half hour. I'm definitely not going to make it that long, but let's just go through this last item of evidence.
Last item?
Yes, it is.
I'm not going to take it out of the bag, but for right now, what is States Exhibit 90?
So this is a shoulder holster that was located inside of the building.
Do you know which actor used this prop?
Yes, this belonged to Alec Baldwin.
You collected this from the scene?
Yes.
You took a whole lot of photos, right?
Yes.
We're going to switch over to pictures from Elmo. However that gets done.
While they're preparing, just a big word of thanks to the mods. Stephanie, I think you've been in and out, but thanks Chelsea and Terry and Sharon. I'm not sure if Sharon's still here, but thanks, guys. Thanks for the super chats. Welcome to the new subscribers. I will be back covering this live tomorrow. Sorry I can't continue right till the end, but I think this is my longest live ever, 7.5 hours. So yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Let's see what she says about the bandolier.
Casing that was located on top of the cart.
Let's do it this way, it'll be easier. Is that just another photograph of that same prop cart?
Yes, just at a different angle.
And what are we looking at there?
Here we can see the spent cartridge casing that was located on top of the cart, as well as additional ammunition that was located there.
Okay, and that spent casing that we're looking at, you collected it from the cart?
Yes.
And did you send it to the FBI?
Yes.
Thank you. States Exhibit.
So I wonder whether that spent casing wasn't from the bullet that actually, the live round.
Thank you.
Unless I haven't seen that before. Wonder what that's.
States Exhibit 5. What is this?
This is a close-up of the bottom portion of the cart.
States Exhibit 6.
A different angle of the top of the cart.
I'm going to zoom in. Can you see that right there?
Yes,
What is that on the lower right-hand corner?
it is an ammunition round,
Not in any particular box.
not in any box, no.
States Exhibit 7. What's that?
This is again.
See, so in the same way that the prosecutor is so anal about this and that, that's what the armorer needed to be. Very specific, very careful, very organized, very meticulous. Or was she, right? Someone asked, when is the live going to start tomorrow? Well, whatever the time is where you are minus 7.5 hours.
The top of the cart and one of.
So what's the time now in New Mexico? Is 9:30, so probably about 9:30, right? 9 o'clock.
Of the firearms that was located on top of the cart. I believe this was the one with a blocked cylinder, so it was not a functional firearm.
So this was not the gun that was used in this incident.
No.
And States Exhibit 8.
I mean, that is already something to mention, is the gun on the prop cart had a blocked cylinder, which means it was basically broken.
That just a close-up?
Yes.
And what is this? This is States Exhibit 9. What are we looking at?
This is the firearm that was used in this incident after it had been collected and put into an evidence box.
And this is the firearm that was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
It does look new, right?
States
Thanks a
Exhibit
lot,
10,
Robbie.
what's this?
Thank you.
This was the rifle that we were required to bring back to the office to safely unload.
This is the one that was jammed?
Yes.
States Exhibit 11.
These were the rounds that were removed from the rifle. Again, there are 3 44-40s and 1 45.
Do you know why this round here seems to have a shorter projectile than the others?
The 44-40s all had more square tops, and I would assume.
Your Honor, I'm going to object
Sure.
to the speculation.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw that.
Yes.
Let's go to States Exhibit 12.
This is a close-up of the 45 round that was removed from the rifle.
Is that the damage that you were talking about?
Yes.
States Exhibit 13, what's this?
This is a close-up of the bottom of that same round.
Thank you.
Struggled to get it out.
And States Exhibit 14.
This is a close-up of the bottom of the 44-40 rounds.
And can you see here on the head stamp, does it say?
It says 44-40.
Thank you. States Exhibit 15, what's this?
This was all of the ammunition that was loose and not in boxes that was located on top of the cart.
And the rounds on top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds, and they can be distinguished by that crimped end instead of having a projectile.
And these rounds over here on the left, if you recall, were those dummies or not?
If I can refer to my report.
Sure.
So I believe these 2 rounds were dummy 45 rounds that rattled when shaken.
And what about these 2 rounds over here on the right-hand side?
These 2 rounds were later, I apologize. These 2 rounds were sent to the FBI because they were suspected live rounds, which the FBI confirmed.
So these 2 rounds here, this picture was taken before they were sent to the FBI.
Correct.
And these turned out to be live rounds,
Yes.
meaning real bullets.
Yes.
And what's this one down here?
This is a dummy 45 round with a hole drilled in the side.
And these were just loose on the prop cart?
Yes.
You see how it was inevitable that if Helena wasn't killed when she was killed, well, eventually there would have been a discharge. Maybe a live round shot into a rock. But it does seem like something that was inevitable, right?
And I'm going to skip through some of the close-ups. What's the diameter of the projectile, the tip of the projectile on State's Exhibit 20?
4 millimeters.
Okay, I think we're going to leave it at that. If you guys want to continue watching on your own time, you're welcome. I'll give you guys the link in chat. But I hope you found this analysis interesting. I must say I enjoy covering a case like this that I know something about. This is the 100th episode that I've basically put together. 99 in the playlist. This is the 100th one. So I hope you guys could sense the knowledge from my side. I'm extremely tired. I hope when my head hits the pillow, I'm just going to sleep immediately. But thanks so much for joining me. Looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Again, thanks so much for your contributions, comments, and thoughts. Thank you so much. Take care, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks a lot, mods.